Good morning, all. My name is Sivaguru. I am from grade 6A. My topic is punishment. How many of you delight to be a topper in your class? Yes, I know everyone likes to be a topper in your class. Let me tell you about something the real topper. 1947. The air was filled with the sound of the radio. The leader declared Indians will build their own India. Everyone in India was filled with the happiness, bravery, and courage. A boy who secretly wished to do something for India. One day, his father came on him and said, "My dear son, your mother and I are highly educated, but we have a great dreams for you. Don't worry, we'll somehow find the money for you to study in a good school." He was admitted in a squad school which was in Tamil Nadu and a good school. One day, as was in hurry, he stepped into a wrong class where his maths teacher was taking a class. He stared at him through his glass and said, "What are you doing in this school? If you can't even find your right class, you should just go back to your village where you came from." He then caught him and hit him in front of the whole class. He felt extremely sad. His family had made a great sacrifices to send him to the school. He was determined to make his family proud. From that day on, he made up his mind not only to be a good student but to be the best. He studied night and day. Many months later, his dream of scoring full marks in maths exam has finally came true. The next morning, during his assembly, the same teacher who had punished him earlier stood up, smiled, and said, "Whomever I punish becomes a great man." Everyone in the assembly burst out of laughing. He then recounted what had happened. His, he pointed at him and added, "This boy is going to bring glory to his school and teachers. Mark my words." Yes, his words are true. Do you all find who is he? Yes, he is the missile man of our India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. After his studies, what he had done, let me tell you. Abdul Kalam was moved to the Indian Space Research Organization, his short formerly known as ISRO, where in 1969 as project head. India's first satellite, which was successfully launched to Rohini satellite into relatively near orbit in 1980. Sir Kalam was elected as the Indian's 11th president in the period of July 25, 1931 and July 25, 2007. He got many awards. Let me tell you some of those. 1981 Padma Bhushan, 1991 Padma Vibhushan, 1997 Bharat Ratna. Let me tell you about something interesting facts about the Abdul Kalam. His full name was Abul Pakir Jain Buddh bin Abdul Kalam. He was born in Tamil Muslim family and he was a vegetarian. In his parents' words, he was forced to become a vegetarian due to their poor. He was born at October 15, 1931, died at July 27, 2015. Abdul Kalam, when he gave a backbencher and internship with between a batch IIM, were to give a presentation on to Dr. Kalam, since it was a good chance to impress the president. Everyone are putting hard work except one group, so-called casual students. They started before 2 days and one boy took the presentation part, and he, without sleeping, he done content, adding colors and fonts without sleeping. When he refused to sit on a chair reserved for him because it was bigger than the other chairs, Dr. Kalam was invited as the chief guest at convocation ceremony at 1930, a batch IIT. He noticed that his chair was bigger than the others. He refused to sit on it and politely asked that his chair was bigger than and made available for Dr. Kalam. Abdul Kalam was born in normal family and then got education. And he achieved such a great feat. And we similarly, students, do not misunderstand the punishment given by the teachers and consider that is 1 year faster. And I would like to say a quote before ending my speech. If you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun. Thanks a bunch.
A pleasant morning to one and all present over here. I am D. Gary Gibson Ross from grade 7 to deliver a speech on the topic Believe It Until You Become It. Act as if you already achieved your goal. Act as if you already had that quality of life, lifestyle and work, etc. Do as William James said, if you want a quality, act as if you already had it. It really works. What William James said over 100 years ago, it's scientifically proved today. If you want to be a self-confident person, act like a self-confident person, speak like a self-confident person, and act like a self-confident person in your life. Do you want to test right now how your posture influences your well-being and how changing your posture also changes your mind? Let's get into it then. When you feel sad and depressed, you look at the ground and walk with your shoulders down and adapt the posture of sad person, right? Next time try this. Stand up, raise your shoulders up, raise your head and smile a bit for looking good and push out your chest. And now I will share 2 habits of persistence which will help you in your life. Have a clear goal and burning desire to achieve your goal, and have a support system of 1 or more people who encourage you and respect you and treat you well. And only one thing, life is far to spend your time with the people who do not respect you and treat you well. Avoid them from your life and make new friends and say goodbye to all of your relationship which robs your energy. I'll share a real incident happened to a girl. There was a iconic personality. Her name is Helen Keller. She born in USA in the year 1880. She is an eager child and she had an innate ability to imitate and learn. She became blind, deaf, dumb because of a strange fever which affected her more. And she learned more to speak in signs and she made her own signs to communicate with others. Your desire to communicate with others was very strong. Very strong. She had an innate ability to imitate and learn. Soon her parents were able to have Miss Sullivan, who is an expert in teaching of blinds. She taught Helen to read in Braille system which helped her more. Helen soon joined a school where the normal students studied. Miss Sullivan attended the class with Helen and taught her whatever she wanted to read and spelled everything on her hand, whatever she needed to read. Helen passed her examination in 1897 and soon she joined a college where the normal students studied. Miss Sullivan spelled everything on her hand and taught her to take the degrees. She took her first degree after 4 years and she took many other degrees like French, Greek, Latin, etc. From this story, you can understand that it's not all about winning, it's all about learning from your mistakes. And we will come back to confidence. Why confidence matters? Confidence help us to feel us to try again. Confident Confident motivators. When we are confident, we are more able to move forward with the people, with more people, and with more opportunities. So believe it until you become it. So I conclude my speech by saying that it's not all about winning, it's all about learning from your mistakes. So do as what Helen Keller did. If you want a quality, act as if you already had that quality. Do as William J. said. If you want a quality, act as if you already achieved it. Motivate yourself and learn how to speak, how to learn if you are blind, deaf, dumb like Helen Keller. So have a clear goal and burning desire to achieve your goal. And have a support system of one or more people who encourage you and motivate you. Helen was when Helen passed her examination by arithmetical, Latin, grammar, and English literature. So if you was a blind, deaf, dumb, have a motivation of Helen Keller, and so you will be a confident girl or confident man in your life. Thank you.
Warm welcome one and all present here. Myself Anudeep of grade 5B. Our most profitable lessons are learned from our failures, not success, said by Frank Davidson. Yeah, I hope you all guessed my topic. Yes, it is learning from failure. I think we all can agree to that proverb. With failures, we either take it as a weakness, self-judgment, or self-evaluation. This is where we go wrong. Here is an interesting note for you. Ashley Good, CEO of Fail Forward. It has different provoking perspectives in the failure we face in life. Ashley says the best way is to look into the problem directly, see what it says and learn from it. Looking directly into the problem and learning from them gives you protective output compared to unwilling to accept failures, worrying or crying. And she further adds, avoid defensive response like moving from the place as quick as possible, fix before people notice your mistakes, blame games, and so on. The article about benefit of learning from failure is not encouraging you all to fail so you can learn valuable lessons. It is bringing the practicable point in which if you fail, what are the next things you have to do to win the next attempt. I like to share a person who tried 999 times to invent a light bulb. Yeah, he is Thomas Alva Edison. He first took a glass structure in a globe shape and he just passed current in it. It did not glow and he used some filaments to glow it. And he tried so much times to invent it. At the last, he gave it to his servant for display. But that time also it was a failure. The servant dropped it down. But also he made another bulb and kept it for display. I am going to share some benefits of learning from failure. And they are Kinstuguroi, the art of mending broken things. Failure is like Kinstuguroi. With failure, like mending broken things with gold, failure gives us chances and possibility to mend ourselves wiser and stronger. If you are getting a setback or a failure, you don't need to stay there. Remember Kinchtuguroi. Remember that is always making you stronger and wiser. The thing you have to do is open and look for opportunities. Things will improve on time. And the next is navigating failure strengthens you. Navigating tough times, failure or embarrassment makes you mentally and emotionally stronger. You become spirited. You become resilient. And the next point is helps you avoid avoidable mistakes. After failures, the key 4 things you have to improve is make fresh changes and correct yourself from the previous mistakes. Make sure you don't repeat the previous mistakes. Question your judgment and decision whether you are moving in a correct track or not. Make sure you are taking the correct path to move on. If you follow these key 4 things, there are 90% of chance to win the next attempt. And the next is bringing flexibility. Being flexible is not who you are, what you stand for, what you work for. Nor it is about compromising your ideas and goals. Flexibility is different. Being flexible is not. Flexibility takes different forms like open up to people, softening your altitude, listening to others, willing to take feedbacks, and so on. And the next point is you will choose an ally with your core value. Your value are like fingerprints. You leave them wherever, everything you do. Said by Elvis Presley. And your core value and your belief shape us. This is why when we try to do things, it don't string with us and we fail. And the next is improving your financial insight. The main benefit of learning from failure is improving your financial insight. If you are getting a setback or a failure in a financial work, you make your hand-earned money safer. You secure your hand-earned money. You make your hand-earned money very, very safer. And you secure your hand-earned money. And the next point is not one way. Success takes many routes. If the plan A doesn't work, you have plan B to plan Z. As a closer, I quite for us to keep a thought in our mind. Failure is a teacher, not an undertaker. Thank you.
The best protection any woman can have is courage. Yes, hello everyone, I am Suganta Muthuswamy from grade 7th A. Here is the topic empowerment of women. Women is the epitome of the wealth and power. Women plays a major role in society and family. All family is dependent on women for their daily activities. Women play a role such as mother, wife, cook, homemaker, teacher, nurse, all at the same time and cares everybody needs. Strong women possess an inner strength which helps to rise us above the roadblocks which constantly place in their way that they see not as an obstacles because they can't get there past but stepping stone greater empowerment and achievement. One quality that makes every woman of high value of man is ability of self-sufficient. Additionally, she is generally kind, inspiring, dedicated, truthful, bold, confident, and honesty. Women's education. Girls' education is very essential for our future country because women are first teacher for every children. In our country, half of the population is women or girls. If they are educated, they can attain socio-economy and develop our country. Girls' education is very important for their empowerment to reduce the infant mortality rate. Women's rights. Women's rights is defined in the freedom, liberties, and opportunities. The woman has especially the opportunity to treat everyone equal and to give the same equal legal rights as the men. An example of the woman's rights is the opportunity to work it out or inside the home or to vote. Every girl deserves the opportunity in boys in terms of education, jobs, living standard, respect for society. According to my opinion, education is primary thing because every children deserves it, whether a boy or a girl. Education is primary because in this modern world, each and everyone is recognized by their degrees in their pockets. Girls' education is betterment of society as education. It helps to learn etiquettes and manners. It directly creates better environment. Almost every country, no matter how progress, have ill-treating women. Women all over the world have been rebellious to reach the status they are today. While Western countries are still making progress, third world countries like India are still lag behind the women empowerment. In India, women empowerment is needed more than ever because India is amongst a country which is unsafe for women in the various reasons. Firstly, the women are in danger of honor killings. Their family think that's right to take their lives if they bring shame on their reputation, on their legacy. An educated woman has a lot of knowledge about a good health care and ability to take care better on their children. At the same time, raising educated children. If the girls are educated, half of the population is literate. Thus, reducing the illiterate in our country rampant. It seems rampant in our country. Educated women creates a job because to our contribute and to the growth of social economy and reduces child marriage cases. Being financially independent, they take better care on their families and poverty. Families no longer use, but the birth of a baby girl burden reduces infant mortality rate. If we want to see India grow and prosper, we need to educate our baby girls. The needed for our future country or for our future nation. If once they are educated, they won't reply to us because if they are educated, they can take on their own livelihood. Although if the women are educated, they can take better care on the children and families. The rate of education although the rate of education and skyrocketed since 1947, still more rooms are there to improvement. Child marriage cases is highly reputed. The booking of women by the states. One non-governmental organization is one of our government, and the Beti Bachao Padhao is also one of our government. This program work in this way. We should all open and support for girls. For many years, women's rights movement have fought hard to address inequality. Camping to change laws or taking to the street to demand their rights. Of concluding my speech, never cut the wings of women. Let them fly and spread fragrance. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lakshanya. A thing in your pockets and bags and your hands. Check what is it? Yeah, it's mobile phone. Humans are badly addicted to mobile. Recently, a girl lost her vision power by watching mobile. Watching mobile for a long time may cause memory loss, blood pressure, vision problem, headache, brain cancer, and more. Using mobile while driving leads to accidents. Keeping our mobile under our pillow and sleeping makes the phone heat and blast. This may lead to accidents. This may lead to memory loss or death. Children are using mobile and Google and calculator to complete their homeworks. It's not that mobile phones are useless. Useful things are there, also useless things are there. Useful things are Google and some websites. Useless things are social medias and games. So, some social medias like WhatsApp and YouTube are useful in some ways and useless in some ways. We destroy the farming lands to build network frequency tower to get network for our mobile. This may lead to loss of food in our future and for our next generation. Everyone should know the emergency numbers like 112 for ambulance, 108 for hospital, 100 for police station, 101 for fire station. Nowadays, people believe technology more than humans. People addicted to mobile are not able to concentrate on their work. Too much of videos which they watch will be always running into their mind, so they cannot focus on something. Continuous use of mobile phones. People have a continuous check over their mobile phones, so they cannot focus on the work. Mobile addicts often get headache. People use mobile until late at night and often get sleep disorders. It can be difficult to our work and impact our health badly. People talk in their phone and for a long time have a high chance to get brain cancer. This is because mobile phones release radio waves that damage our brain cells. Mobile phones also impact our nervous system. Keeping our mobile in our chest pocket may cause to heart attack. Games like Free Fire and PUBG are so addictive. In India, these games are banned, even though people play it. They mentally control our brain. Recently, a girl named Priya was addicted to mobile. In her college, she was always watching mobile and not listening to the class. Her teacher found it and informed to her parents, also gave her some punishment. But Priya didn't change a little. She was still addictive by playing more games. Her parents were worried and took her to a psychologist and they gave her some treatments. Priya slowly started realizing that she was addicted and took steps to come out of it. Now Priya is better. She is not addicted to mobile. Do you want to check whether you are addicted to mobile? Do you check your mobile at least 63 times a day? 86% if you check your mobile within 5 minutes of waking up. 35% if you spend a day talking with your friends and family. More than 80% if you check your mobile within an hour of waking up and before going to sleep. Do you want to get out of addiction? Then follow some timetables to use mobile. Don't check your mobile often. Keep some simple wallpaper and theme which don't attracts you. Uninstall the least used apps. You can always download them later. In olden days, kids were so active and playful, but now they are addicted to mobile. They are not studying properly. Kids to adults, everyone are addicted to mobile. Everyone has their own mobiles. No get together of families. I hope after hearing this speech, you will stop watching mobile that much and be free to talk with your families. I will conclude my speech by saying that don't use mobile for a long time. It may impact your health badly. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Do you know which is the oldest language literature? Yes, I am going to speak about Tamil literature. Tamil literature has a rich and long literary tradition spanning more than 5,000 years. The oldest extant work shows sign of maturity, indicating even longer period of evolution. The Tamil literature is from the Tamil language, which constitutes the modern state of Tamil Nadu. It's particularly famous for its poetic tradition as well as for its epics, philosophical works, and secular flavor. The Sangam works are called Sangam literature in the turn of first millennium in the ancient and considered as very important. The word Sangam refers to an academy. Tolkapiyam, Ahananuru, and Purananuru are important works of this period. At the Sangam, the eminent scholars assembled and functioned as the board of censors and the choicest works are rendered in the nature of anthologies. The Sangam age is ruled by three dynasties: Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas. According to the Tamil legends, there were three Sangams in the ancient South India. They were popularly called as Muchangam. The first Sangam sat for 4,440 years, preceded by the sage Agasthyar, who was a legendary progenitor of the Tamil language. His book Agathiyam was an important work of this period. The first work of the Sangam were almost entirely have been lost, but some are quoted in commentaries, which is dating back to the medieval period. This Sangam held at a city called Madurai, which was later swallowed by the sea. The second Sangam was held in a city in the east coast of the Tamil region, a legendary city called Kabadapuram. This Sangam sat for 3,700 years, up to the Kabadapuram was destroyed by a flood. The Tolkapiyam, which is the Tamil grammar, composed by Tolkapiyar, who was a supposed disciple of Agasthyar. The Tolkapiyam is based on Tamil grammar and also political and socio-economic conditions of the time. The unique constructions which has 3 parts of 9 sections. Each deals with Eluthu, Sol and Porul.
There were the third Sangam were held also in the Madurai. This Sangam, some of this text in the Sangam was survived, and it is helpful to reconstruct the history of Sangam. This Sangam sat for 1850 years. There were the three main texts of this were எட்டு தொகை பத்து பாட்டு அண்ட் 11 கீழ்கணக்கு and two epics named சிலப்பதிகாரம் and மணிமேகலை. இளங்கோவடிகள் tells in சிலப்பதிகாரம் about the tale of கண்ணகி, கோவலன் and மாதவி. There were 2381 poems and written by 473 poets. In that 102 are anonymous and 16 poets covered the 50% of entire corpus, and that Kabilar alone wrote just less than 10% of entire corpus. These poems were mainly based on love and war, which is Agam and Puram. The Agam poem is based on landscape, which is popularly called as Thinai. It contains Kurunji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal and Palai. The Tirukural is a couplet which tells aspect of her life, which is composed by the Thiruvalluvar. The Aathithudi is a single line sayings written by Avayar, who was an young poetess and prematurely became old according to the folklore. The Chola period is known as the golden age of Tamil literature. In conclusion, I believe this period give us joy, so enjoy being a Tamilan. There were vast collections that give us valuable aspects of our life, and I challenge you. You can read every valuable literature of your life. Thank you.
Today would be a lovely day to be a butterfly. Good morning to all. My name is Hashnia Radhya from grade 4A. Do you know what are butterflies? Yes, butterflies are insects. And do anyone know the speciality of butterflies? Come, let us know it. Butterflies are among the world's most colorful creations. Butterflies are important components of biodiversity and are ecologically important due to their role play in the food chain of a forest ecosystem. Most butterflies are pollinators of flowering plants. Butterflies also hold great aesthetic value for humankind. Their shapes, colors, and patterns have always fascinated humans and are celebrated in art. 35 species of butterflies critically endangered. Like most butterflies, monarchs are highly sensitive to the weather and climate. Come, let us see a small story about butterfly. I came across this powerful story that really highlighted how our struggles form our greatest strengths. When you listen to this story, see if you can apply it not just to your life but also to those who you love. Sometimes you have the best intentions to help others through trying to eliminate their struggles, when really all they need is to know that they can handle it on their own. The story goes like this. There once was a man who came across a butterfly cocoon. Curious to see the butterfly emerge, the man sat and watched for many hours as the butterfly struggled to force its body through a small hole. Then, nothing. The butterfly appeared to stop making any progress. It seemed to the man that the butterfly had gone as long and as far as it could and could struggle no more. So, with the best intentions, the man decided he had to help the butterfly. He grabbed a pair of scissors and cut off the remaining bit of the cocoon. With the cocoon cut open, the butterfly no longer had to struggle and emerged easily. However, as it emerged, the man noticed it had a swollen body and small shriveled wings. The man continued to watch, expecting the butterfly to grow its wings and fly away. However, this did not happen. The butterfly spent the rest of its very short life crawling around the ground with a swollen body and small wings, unable to fly. Although the man had the best intentions, what he failed to understand was that the cocoon's job is to provide struggles and resistance the butterfly needs to grow. The restriction from the tiny opening of the cocoon is exactly what it needed, because it forces fluid from the body of the butterfly into its wings, which enables the wings to grow and prepare it for freedom once it earns its way out of the cocoon. Finally, I conclude by saying a powerful life lesson here. Our struggles always give us strength. Sometimes the struggles we go through are exactly what we need to grow and develop. Although it is never fun in the moment, we can almost always look back on difficult moments as crucial times that changed us for the better in some way. We all face struggles. Sometimes we watch those we love struggle as well. And although we don't wish upon anyone hard time, we all need them for growth and for strength. Trying to avoid struggle, taking the easy path will only lead to a harder life, to greater struggles later on. Causing the world and blaming struggles and circumstances for where you are will never help either. You must face your struggles and learn from them. Use the hard times of your past to your advantage. You must face your struggles and believe you have the strength to overcome them. If you can do that, you will overcome them. There's no shame in struggle. We all face our own battles in life. They are part of a journey, part of a story, pieces of a puzzle. Next time you are going through a challenge or a struggle, remind yourself, this struggle is strengthening me. This struggle is preparing me for something bigger and better. This struggle was sent to give me strength so I can fly. Thank you.
Once I wonder where two special guests. Would you find them?
last longer than their movie. They give more detail and they grow imagination. Whether it tells fairly, historically, functionally, or fantasy. Reading is much more enjoyable than movie because it allows a reader to become someone else for the title. Most of the time, books are much more better than their movie. They give more detail because since it is really ordinary and also they are newly published too. Reading is a novel, gives inside the head, making it feel more relatable. On the other hand, in movies, there can be only few information which can't give any knowledge for us. But books really give knowledge for us. I promise that of course you all will get knowledge from the book. And by book, I know a lot. Do you know that a man survived in the hot desert for 1 week and a girl disappeared suddenly? And how do you think I know all these? Absolutely, I read it in a book. Books give best informations and also make us really fun. Books also contain like storybooks, non-function books and chapter books. Non-function books are much more easy and storybook is just for kids and us. And chapter books are bit similar to the storybook. I would like to share upon a small story. There were 2 girls named Lily and Rosie. They both were really friends, but they both have different things. Lily will be active and respectful and will always be energetic. But on the other hand, Rosie, she would never be active or respectful at school as well as not being active and not respecting teachers. Do you think that Rosie is correct or Lily is correct? I would say that Rosie is wrong and Lily is correct because she does not respect anyone or not being active. Lily, she will be active and be respectful. Respect is in first point. You will be well educated and you will be really getting knowledge because of the book. I will just continue the story. They both met in the school and his teacher said to Rosie that you got bad grades and I will say to your parents that do not come to school. And Lily said that to the teacher that she just messed up because of she didn't read book. I will make sure she will get well educated. Lily promised to the teacher. And next day, Rosie was sleeping and Lily, she was already wake up and knocking at the door. And Rosie, she doesn't open. Finally, his mom came and opened the door and asked, "Why are you here? I got the news that Rosie got bad grades. You came to fix it or just play with her?" And Lily replied that I'm here to teach Rosie that how to be well educated. And Rosie woke up and said, "Ma, who's at the door?" And Lily said that, "I'm here, Rosie. I'm here to teach you." And Rosie's mom left her and just closed the door. And they both went to her room and Lily made a big list. They were to do at the evening like make her bed
and set a timer and to sleep. And Rosie asked, "How do you know all these? And why don't I know anything? Why do you get well educated? I'm not still getting well educated. You must teach me how." And Lily said, "Fine, you first go to sleep." And next day morning it was school time, and there was still more time to the van comes. So Rosie waked up correctly, and Lily said, "Wow, you are well educated. Fine, I'll make you full get educated." And Rosie came up and brushed her teeth and washed her face and packed up her bag, and she wrapped her uniform, and that's it. This was her whole life. I conclude my speech that books absolutely gives us knowledge. Thank you.
Happy afternoon to everyone. My name is Panpiti RPMK. I start my speech with a wonderful quote of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is that every citizen of India must remember that he is an Indian and he has every rights in this country but with certain duties. We should do our duties rightly to make India a superpower country. India has a potential to become a global superpower. There are 7 superpower characteristics, namely economic, political, military, culture, technology, nature resource, and demographic. Let us see these characteristics. First, to eradicate poverty. We can eradicate poverty through education, providing healthcare, and by reducing global warming. Education provides job opportunity to everyone. So our country must invest in education and healthcare and bring up the literacy and life expectancy rate. Poverty is the root cause of the backlash our country faces. I would try to balance the economy by helping the poor. For example, I gave my old books to poor children who do not have money to buy books. So I wish everyone to help poor children by giving old books or in some other ways. Next, global warming creates climatic changes and health risks. Climatic changes causes drought and flood. It affects the farmers much and lead them to poverty line and poor people to lifeless. As we all know, agriculture is the backbone of our country, but we are lacking in the agricultural facilities. The government should provide more opportunities for farmers in exporting and producing their goods. And we should always use composite methods for fertilizing the plants. India is ranked very low among 180 countries in the Environmental Performance Index EPI 2022. So, we should reduce global warming by using renewable source of energy and by practicing the 3 R's. The next powerful nations are those who dominates the world's economy and political flow. So, we should have the highest GDP and growth rate. Next, we'll see about strong economy. India is still dependent on agriculture and tax collection for the most part of its revenue. We need to boost our manufacturing sector, though foreign investments have recently started flowing in. We are mostly to capture Indian markets only. We need to become producers rather than just being consumers. We need to pay much attention here. In the last quarters, our manufacturing sector grew by only 3.1%. America is a $26 trillion economy, whereas India is still aiming to become a $5 trillion economy by 2024. The government and every manufacturers have to create more opportunities in exporting and producing the goods. Next, you'll see about infrastructure. Indian government has planned to implement an infrastructure program of large scale. It's about 102 lakh crores project by 2024 to 2025. If you want to have technological advancements, first we need to have a quality education. We should use and give quality education. Next, we will see about political and corruption. Harnessing transparency and citizen engagement makes politics work for development. Next is the tourism. The government invests in tourist facilities and appointing guides to favor the tourists, and this improves the economy of our nation. Next, we'll see about Indian handicraft represent our tradition and culture. Handicraft export is one of the top profitable markets to export. While the potential is tremendous, the media has to perform quite an active role in exposing the causes of corruption. Next, we'll see about our defense. Though we have the second largest army, fourth largest air force, and the seventh largest navy, but when we look at the equipments, most of them belong to different generations. The equipment we use is not the latest or the best of technology. A superpower country cannot be dependent on other countries for its safety. We need to have a strong defense on the foundation of a strong economy. Next, we'll see about local and domestic brands. Our people are fond of imported and international products which affects the economy of our nation and boost up the economy of other countries. Next, we'll see about our local products. In that, India is exporting various products. I conclude by telling you should make India a superpower country. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Mithun Shankar. I'm going to tell a small speech on topic my favorite hobbies. Hobbies play an important part in our life. They keep us busy, inspire us, and make life happy. They make us forget our worries and give inspiration. There are many hobbies like drawing, painting, gardening, stamp collection, photography, reading, craft, cooking, playing, dancing, writing, etc. My favorite hobby is drawing, painting, playing, gardening, cycling. Drawing. I love to draw with different colors. Drawing gives me happy. My most favorite time to draw and color is when I come back from school because at that time I get free. I have drawn mango, car, house, rainbow, and many more. The habit of drawing makes us creative people and mind relax. Everyone should practice the drawing. Playing is my favorite hobby. Playing games are very important for a human being. It keeps a man fit, having some physical exercise. I love to play building blocks. Also, I love to play with toys. Gardening. Gardening is my favorite hobby. Gardening helps me to be relaxed and refreshed. I have a small garden at my home. I have grown different flowers, that is jasmine flower, lotus flower, and 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 jasmine flower. Play, reading. Reading is my favorite hobby. Reading is the best knowledge gaining hobby. Reading helps us be creative, and reading is the best knowledge gaining hobby. Reading helps us to be relaxed and refreshed. I have read many story books. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Sarvesh Balaji. My topic is the best surprise gift ever. Presents are made for the pleasure of who gives them, not the mirage of who receives them. Receiving is great feeling of our life, or fulfilling when we give and share and that great inner joy comes from helping others better their life. The joy of giving lasts longer than the joy of getting. The gifts of caring, attention, affection, appreciation, and love are some of the most precious gifts we can give when they don't cost anything. Receiving gift is something everyone enjoys, but did you know that many people enjoy giving gifts even more than receiving them? It's true. You may have heard people say from time to time, it's better to give than to receive. Could this be true? Unwrapping gift have been writing for months and months. It's so exciting. How could anything get better than that? Birthdays are unique milestone in a person's life to be celebrated each year, and there's no age limit for it. Surprise gift can help in ways you could never imagine. Imagine sending a gift to loved one who's on the other side of the world. It's going to make your loved one blown away. A gift helps you stay in touch and keep that individual your life. Let me share you all the best surprise gift I ever got. I am very much fond buying things that do Spider-Man toys. Not only for me, many kids like to use Spider-Man. Wherever I go, I like to buy Spider-Man based objects. On my birthday, my parents gifted me a Spider-Man bag, a shoe with Spider-Man picture, and a t-shirt with Spider-Man picture. These are all the most and best ever I had. These gifts express the love of my parents. There is no limit for the parents' love. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I am Santosh of grade 7 to deliver a speech on the topic education. Education shapes you in life and future. When you are in a struggle, you can education will help you how to which way to move. It's help of decision making. So it will help you in your personality development. So when you are well educated student, you will be having a good clothing sense, have good habit of food habits. So it will show you are a well educated student. So some parents are thinking education is waste of money because of rural companies, because they are collecting heavy money. So the parents are thinking it's waste of time and money. But education will help their children in their future. They are the future citizen of our country. So
the scientists are found AI robots. They are well educated. So even your children are well educated. They can improve their companies. They will improve their company and our country. So there are three types of education: formal education, informal education, and non-formal education. Formal education at school, primary to 12th standard. Informal education, that a lifelong education like scientist. So non-formal education that occurs out of school like tuitions. Education play a major role in our life. In South Africa, women should not study because they want to do the household things. Because if they study, they'll go to nice job. Then the men's will not get right equality in the society. But one girl against the government, and she went to school. She got a well education and showed to this country education play a major role. So that time South Africa government feel why women should not read. So even women should read. So the South Africa told education for all. Every human beings can read. You can go to school, be an well-educated student. Let me give you some points about getting a well-educated student. First, don't play while studying. Take interest while studying. Some students have the habit of playing while studying, but playing is not going to help them in their future. Only education can help them in their future. So please be a well-educated student and tell to this world, education can change a man's life. So education plays a major role and help us. So in our future, education make us to go to a nice company. We can get nice jobs. So education will play a major role and help our life and change our country. Education at home, that's none other than online classes. Some students were cheated while online classes. The online classes were going like mobile phones, computers, laptops, and etc. The students were struggled while exams because some students not came to online class because they does not have mobile phones, they does not have correct network issues. So there was more problem in online classes. But teachers take one step forward, and that they took a lot of effort teaching children. Some students were struggled while studying. They were suffered at exams. So in the pandemic time, the parents known about how education important for a child. So please be a well-educated student. So please have a timetable. For example, I have a timetable like wake up at 7:30, come to school at 9, and go home back at 4. I will play 2 hours. I like to study some books for 1 hour. I will do homework for 2 hours. So just don't have like a timetable. Follow it. When you feel bored, go outside, collect some books. Please read books. It improves your knowledge. Education process is to cultivate healthy through cognitive. It improves our knowledge. It improves our writing skill. It improves our reading skill. It improves our learning skill. It improves our listening skill. Education will help along with food, shelter, and clothing. When you are a well-educated student, your clothing sense will be good. Your food habits will be good. When you walk outside in public, you can see, everyone can know you are a well-educated student. So education will help you in your future. So please be a well-educated student. So when you read some interesting books, like quiz books, it helps to improve your brain power. It sharps your brain. When you read the quiz book, it will be interesting for you. When you saw some question, you'll keep on think about that. So I'm concluding the speech with education for all. Everyone have equal rights to speak and be a well-educated student. Thank you.
The development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of human race, said by Stephen Hawking. Hi, I am Dhanvant, here to give a speech on the topic when will AI exceed human performance? Man had made several inventions. AI is one of them. It has begun to control so many critical functions where man is proud of his invention. Today, AI plays an important role in our lives, and we are completely dependent on it. An American scientist named John M.C. Catherine coined the term artificial intelligence. The term artificial intelligence is science and engineering together making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer machines. It has been commonly said that AI can never replace human brain as it is created by humans. But we can't ignore the fact that AI is much more capable than human brain. There are many ways in which humans are completely dependent on AI. AI can evaluate problems which are being hardly imagined by humans. If a human can solve a problem faster, AI can do it even more faster with 100% accuracy. If we use humans as workers, they take a long time to learn the work, and they may also commit mistakes while working. So, if we use AI robots here, they learn the work faster by the programming of humans, and they would commit very rare mistakes compared to humans. The main use of AI in this day to day world is automation. This automation helps in manufacturing goods faster, so it is mostly used in manufacturing industries like cars. This automation could be a major use of AI in the future. The working of the human brain depends upon his moods. If he is very stressed, he would not work faster and he would not even concentrate on anything. Where AI does not have emotions and feelings to feel stressed. It can work non-stop until we want it. It does not have even day and night while working. It has been said that the highest IQ of an AI is 47.28, where the IQ of 6-year-old human is 55.5. This shows how intelligent are humans. Humans are the ones who create and develop AI, so they must be more brilliant than AI to create and develop them. A human can work with infinite ways, creating infinite problems with infinite solutions by thinking. But AI cannot think on its own. AI just displays the thing which has been already programmed to it by the humans. The if the storing files in digital form using AI gives us more security and safety. Where if we store in a written form, there are many chances of them being stolen and used by others. It is a human brain that figures out the programming which allows any development in AI. So, humans are the ones who create and develop AI. Emotions make human brain unstable, but they are the ones which allow humans to think on their own. AI does not have emotions and feelings. This is the reason why AI cannot think and create things on its own. AI also lag in its common sense. Sometimes it even makes simple problems as harder ones. So, development of AI sometimes make even humans lazier. In this day-to-day life, the main goal of AI the main goal of AI is to give human intelligence inside machines. The fast solution giving capacity of the AI is because of its memory capacity and progressing speed. As it has better memory capacity, it can gather information from various digital sources. It does not need sleep while doing this. As it has a progressing speed, it can give the information which has been collected by it. So this memory capacity, having better memory capacity and having more faster progressing speed helps in giving us the solution faster. There was an activity kept between a human and an AI. They were asked to find the password of the another human, where the human tried the person's birthday date, phone number, numbers 1 to 6, but he failed to do it. When AI was given this task, it, it did it fast by trying numbers from 1 to 9 in every digit of the number. The most intelligent way of dealing the problem in between AI and human is by AI. It can give the answer faster, but human are not is not possible to find the answer to. The human the human cannot work with the way of AI because it takes him a lot of time to do this. As Because trying different passwords again and again may even lock the device too. So I conclude my speech by saying that uh, it is not possible for AI to exceed humans in their intelligence, but it can exceed humans in having a better processing speed. Thank you.
12 years of school, 4 years of college, get a job, buy a house and get into debt, work until you get old and wait for your death. Is that your story? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sachin and my topic is Escape the Matrix. First, let me explain you what is Matrix. Matrix is something being into a set of lifestyle which is created by few individuals. This is the biggest truth hidden from us. And if you want to escape from the matrix, listen to my upcoming topics and escape the matrix. Number 1, the 1%. Let me explain you what is the 1%. In this world, 99% of people end up with failure because they didn't put enough amount of effort in their work. And also, they are not ready to sacrifice their comfort zone and they are not ready to learn new skills. The remaining 1% they know that will be successful only when we sacrifice our comfort zone and learn new skills. So if you want to be the 1%, follow the steps and listen to the upcoming topics. Number 2, the 7 best purchases. I see many rich people spending lots of money in things which are not going to help them, and poor people trying to get things which rich people have. Example, in a company, a manager gets an iPhone, and the man who works below him is like monthly 20,000 salary. He thinks that our manager got an iPhone. Why not we can buy an iPhone? Because if you should not we can buy an iPhone when you become a manager. But if your thing which you are having is over than your annual income, stop buying things like that and stop buying things which is useful for your development. Thing number 1, traveling. Your life should not be like sitting in a table 7 to 8 hours and spending your day. If you travel to many types of places and learn more types of culture, you can get more ideas about that. And if you are a businessman, don't take the travel as a relaxation. Take it as a pit stop. In the same time, when you relax, think what should be your next move and ready yourself. And you should think what should we do next and why am I in the same level and not being successful in my life. So if you want to be successful in your life, take the travel as a pit stop. And number 3 is luxury timepiece. Luxury timepiece doesn't come under smartwatches. Why am I mentioning luxury timepieces? Instead of spending 2 lakhs to 1 lakh or 2 lakh in a phone, you can spend in a watch which is like Patek watches or Jacob & Co, Titan, Fast Track, Rolex, Casio. There are many types of watches. Why am I telling you to buy a watches? Watches are a very good contact creator. When you are a man who usually go to for a conference meeting, or you are a man who meets big personalities every day, if you wear a watch which is looking so fancy, it will help you to make a very good contact between you and the man who's speaking with you. And the next one is fashion. Fashion comes under like clothing. If you are a man who wear so funky, stop that and at least we should have 2 sets of tailor stitched suits, because there is a saying like all padi adai padi, right? Your dressing sense shows you who you are. And my opinion of dress code is wear a off and plain t-shirt. The color should be like white, black or sandal, and wear a chinos which is matching to that, and you should wear a party wear shoe and a watch which is fitting to the dress code. By when you are wearing a dress which is looks you so disciplined, the people who see you will think that the man who this society will judge a man by his appearance. So if you are meeting a very big personalities and the man check your dress code, and if you are not wearing a very good dress code and the man who like he'll speak with a man who's wearing a very good dress. So try to speak have a very good dress. The next one is clear your debt. When you're trying to concentrate in your career, when you're trying to concentrate in yourself, but the thing which disturbs you is debt. When you are trying to, as I said, when you are trying to concentrate in your career, when a problem comes like debt, you will be not able to give a full concentration on your career or on yourself. So first, clear your debt. And the next one is coach in your hobby. Now, I mean, take an example that you are going for a tennis class at the morning 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. When you completed the challenge and completed the task and go to a work, you will feel more energetic, because you will be like already completed a task, and why should I be being scared of this work? So you will feel more energetic when you completed a task at the morning. So you should have a master who is very experienced in that thing, like chess, tennis, hockey. There are many types of games, so you can go for from that you will be able to learn a skill. And the next one is tools for your passion. Let me take example that you are a YouTuber and regularly posting some contents and things like Madan Gauri, and you got your first month salary. Instead of wasting that money in buying car or house, try to invest that money in a good quality camera, because when you got a camera, the quality of your video, quality of your audio will be increased. Due to that, people will start views of your video will be increased and you will be upgraded. So try to invest money in your passion. And the third topic is character building. If you are rich or successful in your life, but you doesn't have a very good character, or you are very fat, you are the man who eats junk foods continuously, people will start talking with you and then they will avoid you. So try to go to gym, eat healthy foods and be disciplined in your life and learn how to talk with people. So by this I am concluding that if you want to be successful in your life, if you want to be the 1% and escape the matrix, don't just hear the words of mine. Listen, apply it in your life and let us all escape the matrix together. Thank you. Have a successful days ahead.
Hi, this is Sai Sugil from grade 3B. Time is more valuable than money. You can get more money, but you cannot get more time. So, you could have understood what is my topic. Yes, you're right. My topic is importance of time. Time plays a vital role in everyone's life. It is only thing that never returns. Once you have spent it doing any work, it always flows in a forward direction, which means time is irreversible. Most people do not realize how valuable the time is until they lose it. Besides, so many people on the world who prioritize money over time. This is because, according to many of us, time is nothing, but they don't realize the fact that the time provides to them opportunity and chance to get the money. The time is only thing in this universe that unlimited can go up to infinity. Time can either make you a king or a beggar in just a span of seconds. Time is priceless, friends. Once upon a time, a man was very successful and had gathered a lot of wealth. Everybody respected him and he was a source of inspiration. When he was taking last breaths, all the family members were around him. One of the family members said, "Please give us some valuable lesson from your life." The dying man said, "Yes, I will give you, but for that I require some more time. I am running out of time. So please take all my wealth and buy extra time for me." The person replied, "It is not possible to buy time even if we use all the resources of this world," said the man. "So understand the value of time, which cannot be bought at any value. My friend, the clock is running. Every second is precious, because you cannot even have an extra second if you want. A second passed cannot be restored. Try to make as much time that still left. Time is free of cost and it's limited and cannot be accumulated. Hence, time is priceless. So, we should not waste our valuable time. The value of time is revealed by the proverb, 'Time and tide waits for none.' And the truth is that both waits for none." I hope after hearing this oration, you will have a better understanding of the value of time and how to make the most of it. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
Hi all, my name is M. Shashwin Vaibhav. Sports teaches you character. It teaches you to play by the rules. It teaches you to know how it feels when you lose or win. It teaches about life. Sports is nothing but it is a physical activity. Healthy mind, healthy body are the key to happiness. The one activity that maintains a person, body, mental health, strength is a sports. There are two types of sports. One is indoor sports and another one is outdoor sports. Now I am going to tell you indoor sports. Indoor sports played within closed area. Indoor sports can be played according to our convenience and time. There are many indoor sports. I am going to tell you few. Carom board, table tennis, snake and ladder, bowling alley. Young children find favor with snake and ladder. It's exciting when a player gets to move a counter up a ladder. The counter lands a snake. The player needs to come down. Sad and fun thing. Most of the indoor games you can play while on traveling and on picnics and enjoy time with families and friends. Indoor games provide entertainment and relaxation, and also indoor games improve hand-eye coordination, critical thinking, cognitive abilities. Next I'm going to tell you outdoor sports. The game which you play in open air is called outdoor sports. There are many outdoor sports. I'm going to tell you few. Kabaddi, Kho-Kho, tennis, football, cricket. Young children find favor with snake and ladder. It's exciting when a player gets to move a counter upside. Playing outside allows us to get some sunlight, which in turn help our body to produce vitamin D and strengthens our bone. Playing outside nature, fresh our mood, keep our body healthy. Playing together with another people teaches the value of team spirit. My favorite sports is cricket. I love to play cricket and I love to catch cricket. Cricket is the most popular outdoor game in the world. It first started at England and spread to all over the countries. Cricket played in outdoor stadium where many people gather to watch the match. Who cannot come to the stadium? They can watch live on TV. Cricket can play at both men and women. To play cricket, we need bat and ball. Cricket team has 11 players in each team. Which team get more number of friends? Thank you.
This is Tanharshni. It's my pleasure to stand here in front of you to share my view about troubles are always blessing. We learn the most from our most difficult experiences. You would not have the wisdom and knowledge you now possess were it not for the setbacks you have faced, the mistakes you have made, and the sufferings you have endured. Pain is a teacher and failure is a highway to success. And you cannot learn how to play the guitar without hitting few wrong notes, and you will learn how to sail if you are not willing to tip the boat over a few times. Begin to see your troubles as blessing. Resolve to transform your stumbling blocks into stepping stones, and woe to turn your wounds into wisdom. The more risk you take, the more rewards you will receive. Fortune is not one of the side of the faint-hearted. The life is to live and start taking more risk and doing the thing you fear. Get good at being comfortable and stop a path of resistance. There's a greater change. Will stop your toes when you walk the road less traveled. But that is the way you can get anywhere. Sure, you will meet with your share failure. If you start living more deliberately, but failure is nothing more than how to win. There's no human being on earth that is a strong, powerful, wise, or rich who has not encountered difficulties in life can ever achieve success. No doubt, life is beautiful and every moment is a celebration of being alive, but one should be always ready. Adversity and challenges. A person who has not encountered difficulties in life can ever achieve success. Difficult tests are courage. There is no doubt that there can no gain without pain. No gain without pain. Enjoy your life, but also prepare to pricks the pain. Pricks the pain. Whatever happens in our life can affect others, but it is not necessarily a bad thing, but it may look bad for a while. It may hurt us a little bit, and it may hurt us a little bit, but continue to be patient and before you know, everything will turn out well. Everything will turn out well. But either the problem will be solved fully or physically, and if you will get better at it mentally or emotionally. Get good at being comfortable and stop a path of resistance. There is no doubt that there no gain without pain. No gain without pain. The winners knows that you crawl before you walk and you walk before you run. If you learn from every defeat and stay focused on and the end result. Then failure will lead you to success. Then failure will lead you to success. No doubt that there can no gain without pain. There is no doubt life is beautiful and every moment is a celebration of being alive, but one should be always ready. The failure sets are staged and failure sets are staged and the difficulties are courage and there is no gain without pain. Enjoy your life but also prepare the pricks of pain. Pricks of pain. A person who has not encountered difficulties in life can ever achieve success. Thank you.
Greetings everyone, this is Nidarshana from grade 4A, here to give a speech on the topic. Can you all guess? Let me give you a clue. This is used by small kid to grandparents. It is the main thing in today's area. Without that, the humans could not live at least 1 second. I think you all found it. Yes, it is the internet. Do you all know what is internet? History of the internet, basic terms of the internet, how it affects us? Let me tell you. First, what is the internet? The history of it is the global network of the computer. It consists of thousands of connected computers with cables, telephone line and satellites. It is the largest computer network of the world. It is used by billions of people throughout the world for sending informations and other resources. People also use this internet for online chatting, searching information, buying and selling goods, watching video and sending greeting cards and other various tasks. But people also use this internet for bad things, such as sending a person's personal matter to the public using this internet. Yes, now I think we came to the interesting part of this speech. Yes, my dear guys, it is the history of the internet. The history of the internet began with the development of electronic computer in 1950s. Later, in 1969, the Department of Defense of United States of America set up a network called ARPANET, Advanced Research Project Agency. A network connected one computer in California with 3 in youth. This was the first step of creation towards the internet. So, this ARPANET was used by only army peoples. The USA Defense Company thought, why these army peoples alone using it? Why do not normal people use it? So, the ARPANET turned into internet. This was the creation of the internet. Now, let me tell you the basic terms of the internet. The basic terms of the internet are www.com, website, web page, home page, hyperlink. Let me tell a one-line definition to these all. First, www.com. The www.com's full form is World Wide Web. The founder of this World Wide Web is Tim Berners-Lee. Next, website. A website is a collection of web pages of information that contains information to the user. Now, web pages. A web page contains an information in the form of text, graphics, hyperlink or audio and is accessed through web browser. Home page. Home, it is the main or indeedly page of a website is called home page. Now, hyperlink. A hyperlink may be a text or a picture. Now, let me tell how this internet affects the humans. For that, let me continue with a small story. Once upon a time, there lived two kids named Riya and Ram. They was the best friends. And one day, they both decided for getting a computer to work in the internet. So, they asked the permission to their parent and asked it. After that, they started working in it and become addiction to the internet. Because of that, they could not concentrate in their studies, examination, test, dance and other various events. Because of that, they started getting scoldings from the teachers, parents. So, they was very sad. And old man walked across them and asked the problem. They told the problem, the old man told the solution. After that, they followed it and they was very happy when they were before. So, let me come to the conclusion part in a single sentence. The internet brought the entire world to your fingertip. Thank you.
Hi all, this is Srinatra to talk about teachers are the cultivated. Why we have to talk about teachers? Respectful job, but they are not getting respect. Working hard, but they are not getting much money. It is a passionate job. Who all are working for this passion? We have to salute them. What is teacher? Talented, educated, adorable, charming, helpful, encouraging, responsible. Teacher shares us academic knowledge, ethical values, and assimilate moral values that help us shape personality as a better human beings. Teacher is providing mentorship, inspiring learners, nurturing healthy curiosity in learners, leveraging technology and support learners, mediating and licensing, researching learning strategies. These are the important role of teachers. They are playing their role in our whole life. They teach us new things and help us discover our passions. They challenge us to reach highest potential and believe we can achieve anything we set our mind to. They help foster our love for learning by making the lessons fun. No achievement is too small in their classroom. So a teacher has to be most important and expert in teaching skills.
which will help them to present a content knowledge they had of their concern. They say that patterns is a word true, and this could not be more true for teachers. Dealing with youngsters can be a tricky task, so being approachable is must. Students should feel comfortable talking to their teachers openly and honestly, especially if they are struggling in school works. It is also vital that a teacher is patient enough to listen and understand what the student is going through. As often in the case of the specific tactic required for each issue. There is no point in doing anything if you plan on doing it half-heartedly. A great teacher loves their job and everything about it. This is especially important for students, as feeling a sense of enthusiasm from their teachers will inspire them to learn and apply themselves better. Teacher will often faced with the task of explaining to their parents that their child needs extra support in coursework, or sometimes a child might be misbehaving. News of this must be broken parents' heart. Being a good communicator means delivering this information clear and constructive manner. As our hero said that our finest learners are always teaching. Our finest teachers are always learning. As smart as one can do both, our teachers are smartest in every field. Before conclusion, I would like to say a story. There was a boy named Ravi. He does not like to go to school. He will complain to his mom that their teachers are scolding him and beating him. And one day his mom went to his school and she shocked that Ravi did not complete his homework. So a teacher is advising him. For that he is telling that teachers are scolding him and beating him. His mom told, "My dear Ravi, they are not scolding you. They are advising you. This advice will lift you up. They are hardworking for you and they are backbones for you." And Ravi understands that and he became an academic topper. After a few years, he went to a good job and good salary. He realized that because of the teachers. Finally, I would like showing each student their voice matter and encourage them to come out of their shell. Share more freely with our project work. This is the one of the best method of determining who will lead. Like our school coach, learn to lead. Finally, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations and gratitude to all the teachers of the behalf of all the students for being a guiding light and ray of hope in our lives. We could never stand here where we are today. Thank you, teachers, for everything. We need to obey the teachers so we can go to a good job. A good teacher is one who can make the maximum use of the minimal resources available to teach the students by making a joyful learning experience, which will help them to learn and apply themselves better. A teacher has to be most important in our lives and they'll help us in every problem. We can share everything to our teachers. So you can share your problems to your teachers and become a good boy and good girl. Thank you. A machine cannot work without oiling. In the same way, our body cannot work without exercise, games, and sports. Pleasant greetings to everyone. This is Krispio to highlight the importance of sports in our life. When we see children playing with others or playing team sports, it creates a sense of belonging into them and encourages them to work with others. It teaches them how to accept, win or lose graciously. Nowadays, children may fantasize about growing up into celebrities and athletes. However, the irony is that children are largely inactive and unhealthy due to the sedentary lifestyles they are leading to. Sports and physical education is the best cure for these children to lead a healthy lifestyle. Regular physical activity helps us reduce or control the risk of chronic diseases such as heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, and improves their metabolism. Children who are physically active are more likely to grow physically active and emotionally balanced adults. Participating in sports has countless benefits for kids. When through sports they can learn countless skills which they can carry into teen and adulthood. Their parents should encourage children to play any kind of sport that is in their interest level. The relationship between mind and body has been acknowledged scientifically. That research has proven repeatedly that physical activity has an impact on cognitive skills and attitudes and academic behavior, all of which are important components of academic performance. These include enhanced concentration, attention, and as well as improved classroom behavior. It is believed who has a healthy mind has a healthy mind. However, present day education is largely academic. This position needs to be changed for a balanced development at physical activity. This needs to be changed on an emphasis on science and technology. As per a study published in British Journal of Sports Medicine, I conclude by engaging kids into sports makes them active both physically and mentally. Playing sports help in making kids strength and boost their strength. I like you to share my own story. When I see my classmates telling to my mom that head pain, leg pain, etc., I thank my parents to join me to sports in the age of 7 when I was in first standard. Sports should be encouraged by parents and teachers on the age of 7, or else children will get older and it will be very challenge for them to get adequate physical activity. And when my mother got severe shoulder pain, we went to hospital. That time doctor gave many medicines, but anything didn't work. Only yoga, exercise and jogging worked and helped her to manage that pain. I conclude by saying parents and teachers should encourage their kids By playing any kind of sport. Thank you.
Trying is best, more than crying. Hi everyone, this is Varsha of grade 7 to give a valuable speech on topic value of time and life with money. Before going to my speech, let me have a few questions that have been asked in you. Why money is important in a human life? Why we need money in our day-to-day life? These are the questions have been asked in you. So I'm here to clear all of the questions and make sure you'll come to know why money is important in a human life. There are few questions it is made to me and this is I feel yet to share to you. So my first question is, why do we think money is important in a human life? It is the sector of the humans. So if without money and without time we can't live. Money is the one thing where we have a accountable and it is not a precious one. We have all the types of money. If you lost money, you can get how much you need. Money is help you to do all the work at a particular time and earn it. Time. Time is making you to feel a better to share with your friends, family members and have a great day with you. Everything is impossible when you see time. Time is the one thing you can spend the time with your family, share a good things to your friends, have a great better life to you. So make sure time is very important in our human beings. Next we have how to maximum three to have a great life in our better choose. So the 3 ways to maximum ourselves is, first, have a self-confidence to you and spend the time to particular way to have a great opportunity to you. There is everything to have a self-confidence, but don't have a overconfidence in you. Third, we have all of the chance to win, to lose. Once you lose, you'll get a next time to great to won. So next question is, what is the formula of time? It's very easy. Most of us know. Time is equal to distance divided by speed. Make sure this is in your mind. Next we have who's controlling the time. It's very simple. Most of us don't know. So I'm here to say that. It is DOT. Full meaning stands for Department of Transportations. And this is the one thing we all should make sure, and whoever is asking to you, you should come to know why it is important. Next, you are saying that the money was the time was controlled by it is DOT department in USA. Then how the time came to India? It's very easy. It is CSIR New Delhi. Let me say the full meaning for both. CSIR stands for Council Scientific of Industrial Research and NIPL stands for NPCI International Payment Limit. Make sure this is in your mind. Whoever asking, I reply it. Next, what is the another name for time? To have a short period, you to speak in a wealth manner and a stylish, use these words to speak with them. First, we have time. The time intervals is equal to time span. Time span is equal to amount of limit line. So make sure in your mind. Next, what was the used in past of the times? So maybe it is used in our past. It is chronicle time. Chronological time, it's nothing but it's divided into time, period, hours, minutes, seconds and so on. Next we have historical time. Historical time is nothing but it is in an early life. It is used to have a time to measure in sand clock. Next we have chronological time. It is nothing but it is used to have with the sand clock or sun both to use in an early life. Next, why time is necessary in human life? It is nothing but time have everyone to change our life better. If you lose once, you have to retry. If you stop, you won't get any chance to win. So make sure you will get a time to get a success. You won't think this is that failure has, most of us have thousands of failures. Let me have a short story with you all. There was a boy who was young, but he is not rich. He is poor. Her family was in a suffering to pay to the school. And when he was going to his class, his mom or sir said him to sit down and learn, and he was not having a proper book to learn with them. He thought to everyone, I will get a time. He was sharing this to his best friend. He said that I will get a time to success always. I will think this is my first attempt to learn in my life. So I'll make sure to learn it again and again, which is coming upon my life. So this is the one thing he said to his friend. And when he was in the age of 18, he got all types of success, but some of the failures was faced by him. When he was age of 21, he is a person who know all of us. Can you guess? Yes, it is Subhash Chandra Bose who shared his life to win and to lose. Whatever it is, have a failure to face whatever. You will get a time to win or lose. Everything is in your hand, which you lose or fail. So something have been changed your life with some other reasons. So today you have a failure, that you have failed in a grade, you failed in your subject, you lost your running race, you felt more conscious. But one day you are the person to stand in front of all and say how your lifespan was. So make sure have a time. Money is nothing but it's making you to addict in all. Money is the one thing, if you turn, it will turn it. But time is not like that. You can't turn. You can get more chance to win or lose. Whatever it is, face all the problems. Whatever it is, have a confidence in you. Whatever it is, face in a proper and a great way. Have a eye contact with all to face the problems. The time is nothing that you are the person in the world who can properly minimize the time and know. If you think today I have failed in a grade, tomorrow you will think, oh, I'm sorry, I thought I failed. So nothing is there to lose. So you have all the opportunity to win. Thank you all.
Great warmings. My name is Malatya of grade 5C, here to do a public speech on the topic, the importance of networking. The word networking means working together. Computer networking refers as interconnected computing device which can exchange data and share it to each other. Networking can take place in group or one-on-one setting. There are many types of networking. For example, the internet, PowerPoint, airlines network, food webs, citizen network, language network, economic network, and so on. It is benefit for the both users to know them personally and officially. When we talk of networking, social media plays a very important role. The both users are connected to each other so that they can search on their interested topics. Coin has two sides. Likewise, networking has both advantage and disadvantage. Networking is the exchange of information as it makes you aware of all the things happening through the world. Stay connected with your friends and family who are far away from you. Networking is a tool that can change your life. Share your creativity by sharing your ideas, music, arts, and etc. Some NGOs, non-government organizations who works for the society can help you. Interact with individuals who have a similar idea as you. Make your own profile so that you can advertise your products and your business. Go for campaigning for politics so that you can advertise your business and your products. Always take negative things positive even though they have some negative things like cyberbullying, spamming and etc. Let me tell you a short story. Once upon a time, in a village, there lived a boy. He had an assignment. He has to write what is social media, but he don't know what is social media. That time, he went and asked to every person he see in the village, but they told, I don't know. The next day, he went and asked to his friends. His friend also told, I don't know. Then he asked to his teachers. His teachers told, social media or apps and websites. The moral of the story is you should use social media wisely, that also for our needs. Before BCE, we used to communicate by cave painting, fire, pigeon, and postal service. After 90s, USA Defense Force created a network known as the ARPANET. ARPANET is used only by soldiers. Then scientists thought, why only ARPANET is used by the soldiers? Then they created a network known as the Internet. We use Internet in our daily lives. Then after 2000s, we invented mobile phones, laptops, computers, smartwatches, and etc. Let me tell you some example of social media. YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Amazon, Prime Videos, Flipkart, and etc. Network can develop relationship so that you can grow your business. Network is an essential part of our life. We all don't have the same talent, but we all have an opportunity to develop our talent, said by our former President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The more you feed your brain, the more positive thought it writes. The more great things you attract, said by Roy T. Benty. Act positive, think positive, use social media positive. I hope you all understood what is social media and what is network. We use network in our daily lives. There are many types of network and there are many types of social media. The social, for example, food webs. For example, for food webs are Zomato, Swiggy, and etc. Then there are many video calling apps. For example, Skype, Zoom, and etc. There are many types of chatting apps, WhatsApp, Facebook, and etc. I hope you all understood what is network and what is internet and how internet was created. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Varnika Ravinatarajan from grade 6A. I would like to welcome everyone to this wonderful gathering. Do we know which is the largest democracy in the world? Do we know which country has got more classical and ancient languages in the world? Do we know which country has got more oldest civilization in the world? Do we know which country has got more gods in the world? It is fascinating and proud to know that is none other than India, my Bharat. India, my Bharat is one of the oldest civilization in the world with kaleidoscopic variety and rich cultural heritage, incorporating marvels such as classical languages, Tamil, Sanskrit, architectural marvels, Taj Mahal, Tanjai Periya Temple, Red Fort, etc. Though India has shown a good overall progress post-independence, but it is after 2000 the new India which has achieved many greater milestones that we can proudly celebrate as Indians. In past in India is that women is important. But unfortunately, she is not more valuable than the man, as he is celebrated the breadwinner of the family. India in the past had witnessed India in the past had witnessed India in the past had witnessed domestic violences against women across many countries over many generations. The government of India has taken several steps such as Anti-Dowry Act in 1971 to protect women and their rights. Most recently, in 2019, the government of India has passed a legislation, Triple Talaq, under Muslim women, which is famously known as Mutala Act. The three points of history of India. The number system and the number 0 are given by Aryabhatta from India to the worldwide. The finest and the first university in India is Takshila, belongs to India from 700 BC. Sanskrit, Ayurveda, algebra, decimal systems, etc. are the great achievements of India. Overall literacy rate in independent India was close to 40% and reached a mammoth step 75% when it comes to women literacy rate in particularly. In fact, New India has achieved far better literacy growth. Female literacy rate close to independence was around 12% and reached a step of mammoth figure of 75%. We can hardly name female politicians, experts and business personalities in the past, but New India has produced, transformed several female politicians into a national level leaders, including our Honorable President Draupadi Murmu, our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and countless sports personalities including Mithali Raj in cricket, Mary Kom in boxing. This was mainly possible because of revised educational and economical policies introduced by New India. India was ranked 17 in the world economy and by introducing revolutionary economic policies and using the impact of globalization, our previous Prime Minister Narendra Modi helped the New India to become a third biggest economy in the world by 2011. COVID pandemic in 2019 had a huge impact, including us, but still India managed to become a fifth largest economy in the world by 2023. Apart from improving literacy rate and overall economy, New India has implemented many steps to become a future world superpower. I would like to highlight a few which will help us keep our head high as Indians. New India has a recognized technology of superpower by developing a large pool of highly trained but low cost of English speaking, skilled engineers, technicians over past 20 years. It is hard to name a multinational companies without Indian engineers employed now. It is estimated that 65% of the Indian population is aged below 35. This means that the powerful countries of America, Canada, UK, etc. will witness decrease in skilled workforce. But India is the opposite, having an increased skilled workforce. This is well explained by an Indian scholar. When growing population is inhibiting of many powerful nations, India will be brimming with youthful energy. India have always been importers of defense weapons from other countries like Russia, France, and relied on them for launching their satellites for so long. But our Prime Minister Narendra Modi make it India policy. India has become an exporter of arms and weapons by producing our own missiles such as Akash, BrahMos, etc. Many countries and corporates are using India's ISRO for launching their national and commercial satellites. Since independence, we are all relied upon Western countries for vaccination, but through in India scheme. Indian companies provide many COVID vaccines which saved millions of lives, both India and worldwide. Do you know how there is a relationship between India and foreign? Indian-foreign relationship has drastically improved since New India supplied COVID vaccines with more than 150 countries are free of cost. New India has witnessed many Indians becoming CEO of global corporate system companies such as Sundar Pichai for Google, Satya Nadella for Microsoft, Indira Nooyi for PepsiCo. Please note of the two, the Indira Nooyi and Sundar Pichai are proud of Tamils. I conclude my speech by telling, finally, New India has surely moving towards the G20 nation is the first step to achieve the great soon feat. I'll request you all, make our nation proud. It may be cleaning our environment, paying our taxes, and educating, empowering the weaker sections. Hail woman, hail woman, hail woman, hail India. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Inia of grade 6B. The most beautiful thing that we can have always with us is self-confidence. Self-confidence is an attitude about your skills and abilities. It means we trust and accept ourselves and have a sense of control in our lives. We all know our strength and weakness well. We should have a positive view on our strength and take our weakness as an inspiration and work on it. Once upon a time, there was a sparrow. It was a very windy day, and the stem in which the sparrow was standing might be broken. But the sparrow didn't at all fear. It taught two realistic truths. The first one, if this stem breaks also, there are other stems in this tree. And the second one, it can fly and go away. From this sparrow, we can learn a lesson that we should not fear always, even in a critical situation. We all know Thomas Alva Edison. He failed thousands of times in making bulb. But he didn't lose his self-confidence. He tried again and again and he succeeded in making bulb. Even though when he was called to be awarded, the person who was catching the bulb, he put down the bulb and broke it. But Thomas Alva Edison didn't be angry on him. He just told relaxedly, it's okay, because he had the confidence that he can do again. In the school in which Thomas Alva Edison was studying, from his school a report came to his mother that your child is not studying good, so we cannot keep in the school, change your school like that. But his mother told to him that you are studying so good, so up to your level in the school they cannot teach, so we can change another school. Because of that self-confidence which his mother gave to him made him to make the bulb. If his mother told you're not studying good, he cannot do this. Always be positive. Have a smile always with you. Helen Keller lost her seeing sense, hearing sense and speaking sense, but not self-confidence. So now she is a great author, even though she cannot see, hear and speak. We should set realistic goals and expectations, not goals too high and not goals too low. You should set according to your level up to which you can do. Failure is just the pathway of success to be achieved in our lives. Success is not born with a succeeded member. Once the success is achieved, they will never give it to others' hand. They will make their own. Each and every succeeding member have a sad story behind them. They will overcome those sadness and think what to do next, not thinking about the past and worrying. The people who think about the past will never achieve success in their life. Start saying yes and stop saying no. Saying yes means the people who have self-confidence will say. The people who don't have self-confidence will say no without just giving a try. So you are the person who is saying yes. If things don't work out at first time, we will leave. But the people who have self-confidence will not leave. They will try again and again and they will succeed in their goal. Ladder. we all know ladder. We cannot jump directly up. We can enter into first step, second step, third step, fourth step, and fifth step. That's your goal. Yeah, first step, enter into your goal. And the second step, do more researches about your goal. And third step, get training. And fourth step, collect more information. Yeah, fifth step. Now you achieved your goal. So you use the method of ladder to achieve your goal. It makes you to do very easily, even in tough work. So we should, when we have an opportunity to share our ideas and thoughts, we should share freely. We should not fear. When we fear, we don't have self-confidence. So say yes to any challenges. The people who have self-confidence will say yes, even it is tough challenge. The benefits of self-confidence are, if we have self-confidence, we will have self-respect. Second one, we will experience less fear. Third one, we can make our life colorful. So, to grow self-confidence, we should work with full mind and put our full effort on it, so that we can achieve, if it is anything, we can achieve it very easily. Once upon a time, there was a shopkeeper. He kept a very small shop. The first week, only few came, and second week, it was going in loss. Third week, he got more loss. He borrowed money from others and he ran the shop because he cannot run. Many told negative feedbacks like, you cannot do, why are you doing this, like that. But he didn't listen those. He just did what he thought. So always do what you think. I would like to conclude by saying, have self-confidence, achieve your goal, succeed in your life, and make your life colorful. Thank you.
Good morning all. I am N. Madhubala of grade 7A here to give a speech on the topic human rights and issues related to it. So, first of all, what is human rights? Human rights are the basic rights that are given to every individual. At times, these rights are considered as some mere privileges, but I will agree to this notation. But these rights are considered as a bit more than a basic privileges. These rights save us from anyone who wants to abuse or violate us. These rights are given to everyone, irrespective of their color, caste, gender, or religion. These rights are present with us right from our birth till our death. After the enormous loss of life during the World War II, the United Nations signed the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, on 1948, 10th of December. The proper implementation was not done until they sent invitations to other states and interested organizations after the approval of the Assembly in 1950. Do you know that India has 6 fundamental human rights now? They are the right to education, right to culture, right to seek remedies, right to religion, right to freedom, and right to equality. The world we live in is divided by so many opinions. The people who are at the end of this burning are the innocent children. Every child and human being deserves the right to be treated equality in every room they enter, irrespective of their caste, color, gender, or religion. I will now give some examples of the issues related to it. First, we have food and water. Everyone gets food and water, but do all people get this food and water in this world? The answer is no. It's a right to get food and water. Some people can't afford a meal per day because they don't have enough resources near them. So, they made it a right that everyone gets food and water. Education. Most of us are educated, but back in those days, education was given based on their religion, gender, or color. It's a right that everyone get educated. Religion. Back in those days, when the Mughals ruled India, they forced converted people into Islam. It's a right that people follow the religion they wish. Discrimination. You can't look at someone and say you're fat or you're black. We can't criticize anyone, so we should treat everyone with equality. Under 18 laborers. The people who are under the age of 18 can't work, but 3 lakh people are child laborers or 21 million people are forced laborers. We should stop the child labor and let the children enjoy the childhood life with happiness. Voting. It's a right that everyone above the age of 18 can vote, according to the universal adult franchise. So everyone above the age of 18 should vote and they can vote. This is a government's duty who themselves implement these laws to protect and promote them. Many people don't know that they have these rights and they can stand up for themselves. So if we create more awareness, they know that they have these rights back of them and they can stand up for themselves. We should treat everyone with equality and give everyone the freedom that they deserve. The world we live in is not ideal, so many of them fought that they want their rights, and many of them died in fighting about their rights. Everyone should have these rights and enjoy their life. So, for a real life example, we have Malala. She stood up against the Taliban, and while she was doing so, she even survived a gunshot and fought against many reasons. So we should protect and promote these laws too. We should respect others' laws and treat everyone with equality. So that we should not create any stereotypes among the gender or any other things. If we know that we have these rights and others also have rights, we should respect them and give them their rights. So no one is feeling that they have no rights and they can stand up for themselves. And it's right that they give respect to every gender and equality. These rights play a major part in our life. So we should do research on all these rights and give others their rights. So it's also a right. We have rights everyone around us. So we have to look at them carefully and use them. It's a right that we give everyone freedom and freedom. So whenever we see these kinds of rights, we should take a step and oppose the one who offends the rights. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present over here. I'm Arun Karthikeyan from grade 6B, here to give a short speech on the topic Understanding Democracy. India is one of the largest democracies in the world. Our freedom fighters have fought and sacrificed their lives to gain independence from the British rule. After independence, India chose to be a democratic republic, and our leaders framed the Constitution of India, and our country is still governed by the laws of our Constitution. What is democracy? Democracy in today's world is the best and the most popular form of government. It is also a form of government in which people elect themselves, and they also govern using the elected representatives whom they elect. There are two forms of democracies, direct democracy and indirect democracy. Now we will have a look at them. Direct democracy. In this form of democracy, people take part directly in the process of governance and are free to make laws, to conduct trials themselves, to appoint or dismiss officials. This was mainly found in ancient Greece. Now we will learn about indirect democracy. In this form of democracy, people elect their representatives who take decisions on their behalf. It is prevalent in modern day countries such as US, India and France. It is also known as representative democracy. The advent of democracy. In this section, we will revisit some important historical events which shaped the democracy in the way it is today. The ancient Greece. The earliest democracy first began in ancient Greece, mainly in their capital, by the 6th century BCE. In its ancient form, it was a direct democracy wherein all the people assembled at a place to discuss about the day-to-day matters of governance. The Independence War of America. A war of independence rose between the British colonies in America and the Great Britain in the year 1775. Also called the American Revolutionary War, it marked the end of British imperialism in America. This also brought in the idea of written constitution in the form of American Constitution, which was first published in the year 1789. Now we will learn about the French Revolution. The French Revolution of 1789 created a death blow to the divine right of the king and brought in ideas of liberty and equality. The Declaration of Rights of Men and the Citizen declared that a man is born free and has upheld the universal and natural human rights. And the natural human rights. This also led to the abolishment of slavery in French colonies. There are other two forms of government. Now I will tell you about them. First one is dictatorship. In this, a single person has the absolute control over a group of people. Monarchy. In this form, the state is ruled by a king or queen who has all the powers entitled to him or her. Why democracy, you may ask? Democracy has gained its significant popularity due to the key principles it embodies. The citizens have the power to choose the representatives and form a government. And all the citizens vote on the basis of universal adult franchise, which means every adult citizen over the age of 18 can vote. People have the power to change or remove the government, which prevents the government from acting in a dictatorial manner. Now, and justice and equality is provided to every people, and people can also voice their opinions using modern day social media platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Twitter, etc. This means that the people have the absolute power in a democracy, and citizens, when the citizens are active, the democracy works well. The disadvantage in democracy, it is political instability. As the government are elected on and off, there is less chance of development both domestically and internationally for a democratic country. Now we will learn about the decision-making mechanism. This consists of three branches of government, which are the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary bodies. The legislative body. In this body, they frame the laws. It consists of two main houses, the Raj Sabha and the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha represents the people's wills using their representatives whom they have elected. The Raj Sabha shares some legislative powers with the Lok Sabha. The executive body. The executive body implements the laws created by the legislative body, and it is also an important part of the decision-making mechanism. The head of the Executive Union of India is the President, and he or she appoints the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the head of a party which has won the most elections, which has won the most votes in a general election. These Prime Minister and the President work together with a group of ministers whom are elected by the people and are answerable to them. I would like to conclude my speech by saying a quote. Democracy is a form of government which is of the people, for the people, and by the people. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all and a warm welcome to my dear friends. I am Maulia of grade 9A. There was a man who was seated in front of more than hundreds of college students, and he is forced to choose 10 students in those hundreds. He chose them within 1 minute. Everyone was shocked at that point of time and asked him, how can you choose his or her without seeing their name? Kamarajar said that I have choose those 10 within 1 minute because their parents had signed using their fingerprints, and that's why I chose them and gave them free medical seat by that they can educate them, and their family and generation will sign in those signature columns. And he was the great Kamarajar. And today I am going to speak about him. Karmaveer Kamarajar was born on 15 July 1903. He was a long-time INC leader and served for our nation. He was the third Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and he made many educational programs for making our Tamil Nadu illiteracy. His contribution for the nation was great. He was a key figure in the struggle of freedom for India. He was a great man without knowledge, but he served for his people and made those people's life improved. His only goal was to improve the state of living of his people. Once there was a India-China war in 1962. India lost against China in that war, and Kamarajar went and met with Jawaharlal Nehru, the Indian Prime Minister, and asked him, why had we lost against China? Kamarajar asked him, and Nehru replied that we have lost against China because we have no digital weapons in our army. And Kamarajar said that you can order it right. Then Nehru said, I have ordered to America, but any one bank should give guarantee signature for us as per their rule. And there was no one came forward for giving guarantee signature for India. I felt very sad in that point of time, said Nehru. Kamarajar asked whether there is any one bank in this India. Yes, said Nehru. There is a bank named American Express Bank. Kamarajar said, then close it right now. Nehru was shocked and said to him, if we close that bank, we would have many issues because of that. But Kamarajar said, the thing which is not used for us and our people should not exist in India. After hearing this, Nehru came forward to close that bank, and somehow knowing this, the American Express Bank gave guarantee signature for us. And that's how we got digital weapons for India. You can see his knowledge. Though he was uneducated, you can see his knowledge in this time. And because of his knowledge only, we got those weapons. The only chief minister who ate ration rice and served for our nation is Kamarajar. I was shocked hearing this news. If he asks why you are eating this ration rice, sir, he replies us that I have ate this ration rice because my people eat this ration rice and it's my privilege to eat this. He says like that. And he only lived for his people. His contribution for the country was recognized by the Indian government and awarded him the Bharat Ratna in 1976. It is highest civilian award in the India. Jawaharlal Nehru loved him and declared India to be the best run state in the Union. In every village, there should be a primary school, and in every panchayat, there should be a secondary school, said Kamarajar. Once there was he went to a tour and met a small boy. He was walking beside his car, and Kamarajar halted his car and asked to him why he hadn't not gone to school. And he replied that I had not gone to school because there was not even one member who went to school in his village, and if I did, then who would feed me? He asked Kamarajar. Kamarajar questioned whether you can go to school if the meal was provided. Yes, I would go to school if the meal was provided, said this young boy. After hearing this, Kamarajar took a flight to China. Kamarajar took a flight to Chennai and met with Sundara Vadivelu, one of his ministers, and implemented the midday meal program. And that's how in the government schools, midday meal program is there. He only instituted first time the midday meal program in the independent India. He was the Tamil Nadu's third chief minister in 13 April 1954. He also instituted free uniform policies for that schools. Every school which was opened by him was providing a free and mandatory education. I owe my gratitude by saying that Kamarajar's contribution for the nation will be inspired by generation and generation. Thank you for all for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Hi, this is Sharmita. If I say a story, what all you will remember? We all will remember our grandparents. Grandparents will take our angriness but show only the care. Grandparents are guidance to our family. Grandparents have many restrictions like girls should not go outside the home after 6 or should not spend much money. Few restrictions which we always get irritation and angriness. But this restriction help us to become a good person. Grandparents are guiding a family and they are the branch of a family. How a tree could not be without a branch, same a family could not be a coordinate without our grandparents. Grandparents help our family in different ways. Grandparents help our father in finance and help our mothers to cook, clean our home and help their children to get ready for the school and help us by supporting from not getting scolded from our parents. They care as everyone like a small kids. Our grandparents are guiding, caring and helping. But what we are returning them? We are just returning our angriness to them. We are not showing our love, instead we are showing our angriness. Even they are caring us, why can't we show our care again? Care is not to buy a rich product and giving them and said, I care. The real care is to understand them and make them happy. We can celebrate our holidays with them. The holidays will like to everyone. What we will do on our holidays? We just sleep up to afternoon. We woke up at late morning and have your tiffin at afternoon. And we used to watch our mobiles, play with mobiles and waste our holidays in a bad manner. Why can't we celebrate our festivals with our grandparents? If we celebrate our festival with grandparents, we can learn many rules and many ways to celebrate that function. I was celebrating my Pongal with my parents. It was very happy. My parents used to buy me lots of dress and gift. I was used to feel so much happy. But before here, I went to my grandparents' home. That time I realized how much care they kept on me. And I felt why I wasted this much of years without celebrating this festival with my grandparents. Grandparents are a valuable person in the world because they have many lots of moral stories which help us to become a good person. Grandparents help us to do lots of homeworks and come out of difficulties. Grandparents will
have many advices which always we shout on them like always you're advising or always not making me to be free. But this advice are their old memories. If they went in a wrong path, they insist us to move in a good path. If they move in a good path, they insist us to go in a same path. A boy who was always depressed and starts to cry because of his lots of problems. But he did not say to anyone. He just cried every day. Her grandmother realized that and asked him, "What's your problem?" The boy shouts at her and asked her to get off the room. But her grandmother did not say anything and she came out of the room. After a few minutes, she again came inside and asked, "What's your problem?" He started to cry and said, "I have a lots of problems which I could not face it." Her grandmother said many solutions which was help him to come out of this problem. If you share your difficulties to your grandparents, they will help us to come out of these problems. A few people will think their grandparents is the world and take them often and make them happy. But few will think their grandparents is disturbance and try to send to orphanage. Do you think when you are sending your grandparents to orphanage, what they will think? No. No one is thinking because we need our happiness. When you are sending your grandparents to orphanage, they think in an empty mind because they thought we are the world. When you send them alone, they feel unhappy. It may lead to death. A boy is a good person in the outside, but when he came to home, he always used to shout their grandparents. Grandparents every day they feel, but instead they show only the love and care. One day that boy thought why we could not send our grandparents to orphanage. As he thought, he sent them to orphanage. After returning to their home, the home was empty. No one was to speak with them. No one was carrying him or no one was to show his angriness. He realized the true love and care of their grandparents and he felt very bad why he sent it. What's the use of realizing after they are not? When they are with us, we are showing our angriness. When they are not with us, we are showing the love. Please show your love when they are with us because they will not come back and see what you kept on them because they will not come back and see what you kept their love after they are not. Show your love when they are with us. Grandparents are like a tree. Do you know how they get carbon dioxide inside them and send only the oxygen which everyone likes? Same, grandparents get our angriness and send care. So spend time with them, care them, don't show your angriness. Thank you.
Hi all, I am Adira. How you will feel when your father buys you a chocolate? Are you all happy or upset about something? Did anything happen today that made you worried? All those questions will carry answers like happy, sad, worried, confused. Life would be hard without feeling like joy and sorrow, angry, confused, love, fear. The beauty of emotional language is that everyone can understand it no matter what culture, what background you are coming from. Human beings use their emotion as an internal compass. They guide us through tough challenges and help create that build relationships and communities. Emotion is an event in your body. It actually happens. It is measurable. A person does not even to be conscious to have emotion. Since it is an event, emotion exists in time. They start and they end. Emotion help us to communicate with others, such as when we feel sad and need some help, they also can help us in act quickly. For example, when you're about to cross the road, the car was coming quickly, you got scared, you jumped back onto the ground. Let me share to you all basic 5 emotions: happiness, sadness, anger, fear, Discuss. Happiness is a feeling of joy. It expresses smiling and speaking in a pleasant way. Being happy is important for a healthy life. Two key components happiness. The balance of emotions, life satisfaction. Sadness is a feeling of disappointment. It expresses crying and being quiet and being in a low mood and being sad for a long time. Afraid are both mental and physical health. Anger is brought out. It's shown by shouting, frowning, and violent behavior. Anger can be taken in a positive way and work for our goals. Fear is response to something we are scared of. Fear increase our heart rate and triggered our fight or flight response. Disgust can be triggered by unpleasant taste, smell, and sight. Sometimes people doing things that we find immoral can also trigger disgust and displayed by wrinkling nose or turning away from the object. Emotion has a particularly strong influence on attention, especially motivating. Thank you.
Hi all, I'm Varnika from grade 1. Teachers are the true doctor who cures the student immorality. A teacher is an important person in everyone's life. Every teachers are creators. They are backbone of our society. The teachers have more responsibility and caring. For example, child caring, educative, morality and kindness. Every citizen must possess the above characters. Here I like to share about my teacher. She is Miss Mona Lisa ma'am. She is very caring and a lovable teacher. Teachers always guide us towards the right path. They always encourage the students. Our former president, Mr. R. Radhakrishnan Bodhre, is dedicated to Teachers' Day. Every year, Teachers' Day is celebrated on September 5. In our school, we celebrate Teachers' Day in a grand manner. Our senior brothers and sisters gave gifts to our teacher. I presented a rainbow card for my teacher. The government will honor the teachers Nallasiriyar Virudu for every year. Teachers knows about the students who is sitting in front of them are going to rule our nation tomorrow. So the future development of our country is in the hand of a teacher. We are not learning only academic sides from a teacher. We learn lot of new things. Teachers are play a major role in molding our character. They are ready to spend their valuable time whenever we need them. Education, the most important thing for us, cannot be achieved without a teacher. A teacher provides a nation with doctors, engineers, scientists, officers, etc. Tomorrow when you live in the highest position, it's not only you who is completely happy or satisfied. Along with you, your teachers will be also there with full joy and happiness because it is their success too. So it is important we have to understand the hard work of each teacher and we must appreciate their efforts at contributions. So let us all respect the teachers. Thank you.
The topic of robotics in farming. Robotics in farming. What do you think of it? It's nothing but robots are used instead of farming. In other ways, we can also convey it as robots instead of farmers plow the field, irrigate the field, sow the field, and at last even it harvests the crops grown by the robots. Yeah, in 2021, here our story starts. In 2021, the sudden growth of population has put all the food production companies which are in high place. But due to this high population, these food production companies went into low place. So they was thinking, what can we do? But friends, action speaks louder than words. So they start to write a letter to farmers. But as well as there was no reply from farmers. Because of this, they started to do an act. This act was named as A for action, C for changes, and T for things. At last, we get it as action changes things. So, with the help of engineers, they started to build their own robots, but everything went on failure. So they thought of getting connection with AI softwares. I hope you all must know what is AI software. It's nothing but artificial intelligence software. These software are used for to solve complex sums and even to do complex things which humans can't do it. See some examples. For example, Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2. These went into space, and human beings also went into space using the suits. But any human gone to space or moon without these space jackets? Yes, it's no. With this help of AI softwares, they constructed this space suits, and it is easier for surviving in space and even in moon. Come, let's go in. With the help of AI softwares, they started to build, and at last they built the first robot known as Echo Robotics. This is a drone which has 4K camera which aims the weed and sprays on it. And it also has a GPS tracking signal. Using this, it can track the weed and spray on it. It also has a solar panel on his shoulder which gives a steady energy to fly in the air. Next, we move on to citrus fruit picker. The citrus fruit picker is a robot which collects citrus fruits. For example, we can take it as a lemon. A human with the skin, while he enters a lemon tree with spines and thorns, it might poke him. But these citrus fruit collectors helps the farmers. Like this citrus fruit collectors moves into this thorns and spine trees, and also it obtains the citrus fruits from it, and it collects. Next, we move on to Rubinian. This Rubinian is a robot which helps us to pick up the strawberries. In other ways, we can also say it as this helps us to pick up. Next, we move on to Echo Robotics. This is a drone which helps us to run in with solar panel. Using this, the farmers can see all over the farmyard, and also it helps us to communicate with the drone and helps to cut off the plant. Using this, they also can spray in weeds, which helps them to kill the weeds, and there is no harm for plants.
Next, we move on to FarmWise. This is a top intelligent robot which has all facilities in it. For example, we can say it plows the field, irrigates the field, takes samples from the field, at last it even harvests the field. It also controls a drone to collect the fruits, vegetables from it. This FarmWise is an intelligent robot forever used in farming. Till now, it holds the first rank. Next, we move on to Precious Hawk. You all might be known that hawks and eagles has a sharp eyes which can see the prey belonged 5 kilometers and can catch it. As this has 6 360-degree cameras which helps it to find the pests and weeds all over the farm. It also sprays and collects the pests from the farmyard, which is very essential use for farmers. Next, we move on to the robot named as Exec Wesker. This Exec Wesker is a robot which takes samples from land and checks out whether the sand has nutritious and etc. So there are many robots used in farms, which I can't even list them. At last, I like to conclude my speech. Overuse of robotics kills, and less use of robotics is less advantageous. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ajay Ramkumar from grade 2A, here to speak on the topic of kindness. Kindness is a quality one possesses and acts on it by exhibiting behaviors of friendliness, generosity, and being considerate. It is a benevolent attitude that one possesses. Kindness is actually inherent to human beings, and we are all inculcated with and reminded of it since our childhood. Kindness can be developed through empathy. Empathy is what one feels when they put themselves in others' shoes. And kindness is how they express that, by helping and making their lives a little bit easier and better. You can accomplish by kindness what you cannot by force. Every living being is deserving of kindness. One only needs to have good intentions to be kind, nothing else. When one has good intentions, they are attentive to others, they lend a helping hand and lend a good ear to listen to others' problems and help someone in need. And when you show respect to your elders, it's also an act of kindness. One should be kind, even to strangers. Help them cross the road, carry their bags. Even if you disagree with their opinions, make your point with compassion and be considerate of others, because everyone is dealing with something or another. And your act of kindness can actually help them feel better about themselves. Do not be judgmental about anyone and give people a chance. You can also be kind to your friends and siblings by helping and supporting them in every way. Sharing is the best form of kindness. You can share things, problems, and feelings. And when you listen to your elders and your parents and teachers and understanding their perspective is also an act of kindness. Kindness is not just limited to human beings. Kindness is not just limited to human beings. One must display kindness to animals as well. My friends are the kindest people I know. For example, just last week when we were going home after school, my friend saw a small wounded puppy, and instead of ignoring it, he tended to its wounds and took him home. Kindness is not a cowardly act. It is for the brave and the bold, standing up for the right and helping those in need. When you help someone without expecting anything in return, when you are kind, you lead a happy, peaceful life and you sleep better at night. Kindness is truly magical. When you are kind to someone, they forget all about their problems, and even a bad day becomes a good one. Kindness has the power to change the world. Kindness has the power to change the world. If we were just a little kinder to one another, the world would be a much more beautiful place. I conclude by saying, every day, consciously do one act of kindness. I sincerely thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Sports is a key for healthy and a positive lifestyle. Hi all, I'm Harshinti Joseph from grade 6B. Today I'm here to deliver this speech on the topic why sports is important for an individual. There was one boy who don't know to play even any games, both indoor and outdoor. On one evening, a PT coach called that boy and said, "Why you don't know to play even a single games? See the small kids not to play even 1 or 2, 3 games, but you?" And that boy took a decision that I should work towards the sports. I should practice on. And that boy was practicing each and every day. After a few months, that boy was champion in that. So now, let me tell some information about sports. Sports is a learning experience of who took part in that, and definitely one will be a champion, but all are winners. Sports teaches you good quality like team spirit, leadership, fair play, never give up, leveler, focus, plan ahead. You should take the situation seriously and positive attitude. Let me tell about this. Team spirit. Team spirit is team members who works with the common goal successfully is called team spirit. Second, leadership. Leadership is a good leader who leads and help them in the particular thing is called leadership. Third, fair play. Fair play is thought winning is important, losing is disgrace. You should focus on winning, not on the losing. Fourth, never give up. All are committing this mistake. You know how close to your success, but when you give up, you should never give up. Fifth, leveler. Leveler is if you lose one day, it bounces back to your next. If you lose one day, on next time you may think how can we make even more better. Sixth, focus. You should focus on your strengths and ability, not on the opponent's strength and capability. And you should focus on present, not on the past. Past is irrelevant and future, who knows. And plan ahead. You should see the quick access time, and you should take the situations, adjust and adapt and act. Next, positive attitude. With having a positive attitude, you can get into the success. If you are having the positive attitude, always there is a success. Then you should take the situations very seriously. If you are not taking the situation seriously, for example, sports, I will speak something and I will go, no.
should take it seriously. Sports are, I should practice, you should think like that. And remember, the given day is anything, is everything as possible. I conclude my speech by sports are what sports makes us tense and sports make us tense and positive things. Sports are somewhat playing game, not a playing game. It helps in more ways. For example, memory power, concentrations, problem solving, etc. And it not only teaches only playing, it gives us somewhat sports is a learning experience. How who took part in that, and definitely one will be a champion, but all are winners. Sports is like good quality like leadership, team spirit, fair play, etc. and memory power, concentrations. And team spirit is a group team members which work successfully is called team spirit. And leadership is a good leader who leads others and help in the particular thing is called leadership. And fair play is we should think about on winning, not on losing. Fourth is never give up. You should never give up at all. All are doing this mistake. You should never give up. Fifth, if you lose one day, it bounces back to you next. If you lose one day, next time you can make even more better. Thank you.
I truly believe that thoughts are greatest vehicle to change. I truly believe that thoughts are greatest vehicle to change power and success in the world. Everything begins with thoughts. Hi, I am Kritik from grade 2A. My topic is breaking the negative thinking. Negative thinking can be a powerful force in our life, potentially holding us back from achieving the goals and living the life we want. It can be challenging to recognize when negative thoughts are taking over and break free of their grip. As a result, we may often feel powerless against these destructive thought patterns that seem to keep us trapped in cycle of self-doubt and fear. Fortunately, there are steps you can use to break the power of negative thinking and take control of your life. The first step in breaking free of negative thinking can be recognizing when it's happening. Negative thoughts can tend to creep upon us and become our dominant thoughts before we even realize what's happening. So, begin aware of the signs can help you catch them early. Negative thoughts often come in the form of self-criticism or worry. If thoughts are focused on past failures and mistakes, it can be a sign that negative thoughts may be impacting your daily life. You can observe your thoughts and note if they are focused on negative or if they are optimistic. If it's mainly negative, taking steps to reframe them in a positive light.
can be a good start. While not all negative thoughts are necessarily bad, it may be time to make a change of you. If you notice your thoughts are always negative, negative thoughts can take many forms and be deeply ingrained. But the good news is that it can also be unlearned by recognizing some of these common types of negative thinking. The more you practice these tools. Thank you.
Greetings to all. I am Vijaypno of grade 7 here to give a speech on the topic. So I am not gonna say that. You guys are gonna guess it. So it's a country. It has the 7th largest total area in this whole world. It has the second largest total population too. Yeah, it's India. My India. So do you all guys like India? I hope most of you would say yes. India is my country. She's dear to me than everything else in this world. She's a great country. She has a great past. All of us are proud of her cultures and civilizations. It's that she has produced great sons and daughters who had served beyond limits. It's one of the oldest countries in this whole world. Its age-old traditions and cultures are worth the name. The history of this country dates back from 1,000 years. What is the brave history of India? The brave history of India starts with the existence of India as it is located in the continent of Asia. India itself covers 32,83,263 square kilometers of land and water. India is surrounded by many countries such as Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and some things to the north east, China to the north, and Pakistan to the northwest, and at last Sri Lanka to the southeast coast. India is a land of cultures and civilizations. India's social, economical, and cultural configurations are the products of long process of regional expansion. The history of India starts with the birth of Indus Valley civilization and the coming of Aryans. These two phases are usually described as the Vedic and pre-Vedic age of India. The Hinduism arose in the Vedic age of India. The 5th century saw a great unification of India under Ashoka the Great, who had converted to Buddhism. It's that Buddhism had spread in his reign in many parts of India, Asia, and including the world too, and came in the first invader as the Islams. They were quiet for 3 centuries as they came in the 8th century, and by the 11th century they showed their political rule and firmly established their rule under India. And this resulted with the formation of new empires such as Delhi Sultanates, which finally succeeded by the great Mughals, where the India has again made a great unification, and came in the second invaders in the 17th century as they were the Europeans. The Europeans welcomes was coincided with the disintegration of Mughals, paving the way for many small regional states such as Jats, Marathas, Awadh, and many more. In the contest for supremacy, the English emerged victors. In the rebellion of 1857-58 comes which sought to the Indian supremacy, but was crushed. And with the subsequent crowning of Victoria as the Empress of India, and the incorporation of India to the empire was then complete. And then comes the fight for freedom and independence, which we got in the year of 1947. As of getting the independence, we didn't become a great country. To be a great country and a great democratic country nowadays helps some scholars to create our constituency and laws and regulations of India to be a great democratic country nowadays. Nowadays, India is a great country where people speak different languages, but there is no national language. There is only two official languages. They are the Hindi and English. People of different religions, castes, creeds, and many more live together in India from ancient times. This says that India is usually said as unity in diversity. India has the second largest population in this whole world. India has many different names, but there are three popular names known as the Bharat, Hindustan, and sometimes Aryavat too. India is surrounded by oceans of three sides. There the Bay of Bengal in the east, Arabian Sea in the west, and Indian Ocean towards the south. India is rich in many monuments, temples, tombs, churches, and historical buildings, and many more. So people of different religions such as Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism live together in India from ancient times. This says every people are living in India. So say that many people, many freedom fighters and leaders are from India. Always the Indian flag, I want to speak about that. The Indian flag consists of tricolors. They are the saffron, white, and green. The three colors stands for many things, and the white part consists of a Ashoka Chakra of blue color. So I would like to conclude my speech by saying, always people would say, I am ashamed of to be an Indian, I am ashamed to be an Indian, and many more. Be proud to be an Indian. Thank you.
A pleasant noon to my younger mates. I am Pratik. Before the commencement of my speech, I would like to proclaim a short quote of Douglas Horton. Smile. Please do smile. Smile. It is a free therapy. Yes, it is a free therapy. What is the most tedious task in the world? Possibly to make someone smile. Yes, my favorite cartoon character Chin Chan is able to bring smile to the face of millions. Today I want to speak about my stress reliever Chin Chan, as he is meant to entertain and teach us to love what we do with full optimism. There are lot of cartoon shows and lot of cartoon characters. However, my favorite show is Chin Chan. I will give a small introduction. Chin Chan Nohara is the main character of the show. He is one of the most famous characters. He is one of the most funniest character in Indian television. And he has a nice family consisting of his tolerant father Hiroshi Nohara, typical mother Mexi Nohara, then his younger sister Himawari, and he has a pet dog named Shiro. Then his closest friends Kasama, Bochan, Masa, then his girlfriend Nani. No matter how many years pass by, he will still remain the same. 5 years old kid from Japan. He goes to Futaba kindergarten. He is portrayed as naughty and mischievous boy with fun personality and with humorous voice. He creates trouble for his neighbors, family, and friends by singing funny songs which doesn't have any meaning. Besides, he can dance well. One day, I couldn't control myself. Artist Buri Buri dance with unique style, Buri 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 Buri, called hip dance. Sometimes I dance like this too. Then you see, he is fond of watching action comedy and fond of Choco Bees and entirely hates capsicum. Oh, this reminds my favorite episode I would like to share here. One day at night, his mother served him dinner with peas and capsicum, which he really doesn't like. His mother told him to eat, but he refused immediately. So his mother hosted him off the home. He waited outside for a few hours, not getting any response from his mother. Then he went to his friend's house, Masa. There he started watching television. One thing we can learn: laugh and make others laugh. It will make the world a better place. I always enjoy watching Chin Chan with my family. Please you too keep watching, keep smiling. Thank you. Hi everyone, I am Akshita from grade 4. Believing in yourself is the first secret to success. Before I tell the topic, I would like to ask you a question. Can you all think, why am I standing here? Of course, it's obvious to speak about something. I think I am confident enough to express my views. That's what brought me here. So my topic is believe in yourself. The fact that believing in oneself is crucial for everyone, regardless of age or background. It is especially important in a world that is constantly changing and full of challenges. Believing in yourself is an essential factor in achieving success, happiness, and fulfillment in life. It is the foundation that helps you to face your fears and overcome the obstacles. It means having confidence towards yourself and your goals, trusting your abilities, and having a positive attitude towards yourself and your goals. Aim high, work hard, dream big, believe in yourself. Many of us struggle with self-doubt and low self-esteem. We often find ourselves questioning our abilities and worth, but the truth is, no one knows you better than yourself. You have the power to achieve great things and overcome the obstacles. Nobody will believe in you unless you believe in yourself. So why it is important to believe in yourself? First, it helps us to build self-esteem and self-worth. When you believe in yourself, you feel good about yourself and your abilities. This confidence will radiate outwards and others will be more likely towards you to believe in you as well. It is a positive cycle that builds on itself. Confidence is something that you create when you believe in yourself. Second, it helps us to overcome the obstacles and challenges. As the great philosopher Aristotle once said, believe in yourself and all that you are. Know that there is something inside you is greater than any obstacle. Life is full of ups and downs. It's very important to have the power to push through when things get tough. Third, when you believe in yourself, believe in yourself opens up opportunities. When you have confidence in yourself and your abilities, you are more likely to take risks and seize opportunities. You are less likely to hold back due to fear or self-doubt. Fourth, it enhances creativity. When you believe in yourself, you are more likely to think outside the box and come up with new and creative solutions to problems. Believe you can and you're halfway there. Fifth, it improves mental health. Self-belief is essential for good mental health. Always remember, you are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. in yourself is not something that happens overnight. It is something that you need to work on every day. Here are some practical tips that helps you to build self-belief. First, celebrate your successes. Make time to celebrate your accomplishments, no matter how they are big or small they may be. This helps you to build confidence. Second, challenge negative self-talk. A negative mind will never give you a positive life. Whenever you hear a negative voice in your head, like you can't do that, you don't have that skill, challenge it by replacing with positive affirmation. Third, surround yourself with positivity. Spend time with people who uplift and encourages you. Limit your time with those who bring you down. Fourth, take action. Now, to achieve your goals, you must believe in yourself and take action. Let me try to emphasize a story about believing in yourself. The hero of the story is a well-known former president of India, also called the Missile Man. Can you all guess who? Yes, it's Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He was an inspiring leader who believed in the power of self-belief. He shared his stories to others to have faith in themselves. When he was a young boy, Abdul Kalam had a dream to fly. He wanted to become a pilot and soar high in the skies. He shared his dream to his families and friends, but they laughed at him, saying it was impossible for a poor boy to become a pilot. Despite facing numerous obstacles and challenges, he never lost hope. Finally, his perseverance and self-confidence led him to achieve his dream to become a pilot. As APJ Abdul Kalam always says, if you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun. This led Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to work harder and achieve his dreams, even though others doubted him. So, I would like to conclude my speech with a quote. A bird sitting on a tree is never afraid of the branch breaking, because its trust is not on the branch, but it's on the own wings. Thank you.
Alone, we are strong. Together, we are stronger. This is Anish. Sterlite Copper and Copper Company, which produce copper around 35% in all over India. This company is owned by Vedanta Limited and a project of 1,300 crore. Yes, this company not only produce a large amount of copper and also toxic gases and liquids. What are the causes of it? Yes, it has a lot of causes. Because of the toxic gases, which is inhaled by person around 5 kilometer radius, could cause wheezing, cancer and suffocation. Let me explain what are the meaning of the problems. Wheezing. Wheezing is a problem and it is caused when people inhale dust or toxic gases. Cancer. Cancer is a major problem and faced by lots of people in the world. It happens when people inhale something and it affects the lungs. Suffocation. When you get suffocation, you would feel something is stuck in your throat, which makes you hard to breathe and it could cause to death. So, this company came to India and none of the states allowed to settle in their state because the people and the government know the causes of it. So, at last they came to Tamil Nadu and settled in Thoothukudi. But our people and our government doesn't know the problems which could be caused by it. So, our people started from 1999 the protest to stop Sterlite Copper and to ban Sterlite Copper from Tamil Nadu. So, people started in 1999 and end in 2018. And in 2018, this company got sealed and was on sale. So, what happened in the 20 years? So, in the 20 years, people started the protest and it was recognized none of the people around them. So, the people came to know this and started the riots. Riots are protest, but because of the riots, the place where the protest is held will be in chaos. So, people started the riots and government and the people around them came to recognize them. Because of the recognition, people joined them to solve the problem. So, at last, after all this chaos in Thoothukudi, the police was not quiet about it. They started an open fire and 13 people died, 102 people got injured, and 30,000 people were participated in this. So, at this time, after the shootout, the government of Tamil Nadu, 2 members replied about this problem. Our governor and chief minister. Our governor says 8 people died, where our chief minister says 10 people died. So what I learned from this post in the social media is, one, they don't want to say the truth because the election is coming near, or they doesn't recognize what is happening in their state, and they are just recognizing how much bribe they are collecting. And also, after these problems going on in Tamil Nadu, our Prime Minister of India went to UK for a program called Building of India. In UK, the Vedanta Limited owner lives there. So the UK Tamilans started the protest in his house. And even British people helped them to solve this problem in Tamil Nadu and also stop chaos in their country. So, even the British police was not quite about it. They said them politely that you should not do protest, please go to your homes. And the people of UK followed that and went to their homes. While when Modi ji reached UK, there was an advertisement produced by Vedanta Limited. It says that building partnership business ties. This means that first the Indian government gave money to Sterlite Copper to settle in their state. So, to settle in their country. So, let me share a short story of an 500 rupees note. This 500 rupees note is just printed from the Reserve Bank of India and sent to an ATM. In the ATM, an port worker from Thoothukudi comes to the ATM and receives the 500 rupees note, and he goes to his home. There was a shock to him in his home. His daughter was crying in tears. What was the problem? He doesn't know. So he took her daughter to the hospital and sent to a checkup. The doctor says to the father that her daughter was not feeling well. She was having the problem wheezing. So his father was thinking, but which was heard by the doctor. His father was thinking, how could a small girl get a wheezing problem at this age? So the doctor said, yes, this is a problem now. It is faced by most of the people in Thoothukudi, and this happens when the people inhale the toxic gases produced by the Sterlite Copper. This toxic gases is produced into the atmosphere when Sterlite Copper receives copper or extract copper from the earth. So, what I am trying to say here and what are the lessons we can learn from simple problems are: first, political issues. Yes, political issues. First, before voting, what we think? What religion is he? Or we think how much money he paid us? We think all these things and we vote for him. But that's wrong. Before voting a person, you should not think what religion is he or how much he paid for to vote him. We need to think what good he did before election, what bad he did before election. You should think twice, and etc. Because this is not an simple thing, just going to one place, waiting in the line and voting for someone. Many people doesn't get this opportunity. So think wise and vote in person. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Rutvik. We are changing the world with technology. My topic is life before and after after technology. I would like to talk about how technology has impacted our lives and specifically how life was like before and after technology. Before technology, life was a lot different. People had to rely on manual labor to accomplish tasks that are now done with the help of machines. Communication options were limited, such as face-to-face conversation or written letters. It was difficult to stay in touch with loved ones who lived far away. Transportation was slow and limited, making it difficult to travel a long distance quickly. Entertainment options were also limited, such as playing games, reading books, and attending live performance. Before technology, shopping options were also difficult, such as there were no Amazon, Flipkart, and any other online shopping. You have to buy from the local stores. Watching a movie required you to go and pay at cinema. Before technology, ladies done their cooking by using stone hand grinders and firewood stoves, etc. Before technology, there were no electricity at earlier. Due to these technology enhancements, we use home appliances like mixie, grinder, TV, fan, light, etc. However, with the advancement of technology, life has changed drastically. Now, as we can communicate with anyone, anywhere in the world in real time, we can travel distant location within a matter of hours or even minutes. Technology has revolutionized the way we work, making it easier to accomplish tasks and be more productive. Nowadays, many schools are adopting smart classes. I swear, more than years is the mantra of smart classes, an online educational system. Entertainment options have expanded now, as we can access an endless variety of music, TV shows, games, etc., all from the comfort of our own homes. Healthcare industry has also greatly benefited from technology. Medical advances such as telemedicine, wearable health monitoring devices, and robotic surgery have improved patients' outcome and saved countless people's lives. In emergency situation, patients can pay their medical fees through internet by their relatives. Before technology, there were no ambulance for emergency situation. Now, there are ambulances in emergency situation to save our lives. Now, it's possible to save patients' life through technology. We are living in peace here because of our real heroes saving our country. So, technology also plays main role in military too. It is very helpful for them to handle their enemies. There are many gadgets and advanced resources creating to save our lives. So, technology also makes us live peacefully. Nowadays, one technology plays vital role, that is internet. It was much more difficult before people had internet in their day-to-day activities such as education, working, and entertainment. Before internet, everything was slow and manual. For example, checking our bank account or money transferring, a person had to physically go and complete the formalities. Now, it's all with our hand phones. Through internet, we can process. Do you remember how we were learning our studies during COVID period? Yeah, it's through our internet.
Yeah, it's through internet. I feel it's a boom for us to continue our studies. Why not? I have searched life before and after technology in internet only. However, with the advancement, we must also acknowledge its potential drawbacks of technology. Rise of social media has brought about new challenges such as cyberbullying and online harassment. Technology has also led to concern about privacy and security, as well as the impact on our physical and mental health. In conclusion, while technology have made our lives easier and more convenient, we must be aware of its potential drawbacks. We must use technology responsibly and in a way that enhances our lives rather than detracting from them. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Lakshana from grade 7. I am going to talk about the effect of cyberbullying on teenagers. In November 2016, a 23-year-old Ushmal Ullis, an MBBS student of KMCT Medical College in Mukkam, Kerala, committed suicide by jumping due to being cyberbullied over a Facebook post and injured her spine, leg and head. Another case was witnessed. A 15-year-old boy connected with a boys' locker room, an Instagram group where they share photos of minor girls and exchange lewd comments, was arrested by Delhi police on 4th May 2020. These are few of the multiple cases of cyberbullying that were reported across the country. Cyberbullying is a form of bullying which takes place online or through smartphones and computers. The word cyberbullying did not even exist a decade ago, yet the problem has become a pervasive one today. Cyberbullies do not have to be fast or strong. They just need access to a computer or a cell phone and a desire to terrorize. Bullying someone online can take many shapes, such as harassment, sending insulting and offensive messages, posts, and videos on social media sites. Denigration, someone sending messages about another person which is false and damaging. Flaming, using extremely offensive language. Impersonation, hacking into someone's account and sending vicious and embarrassing material from their ID. Cyberstalking, following someone's every move and repeatedly sending harmful and threatening messages to them. Outing and trickery and exclusion. In July 2021, 4.8 billion people worldwide were on social media. That's almost 61% of world's total population, depicting an annual growth of 5.7% as 7 lakh new users join social media per day, according to a survey done by Digital around the world. According to a UNICEF poll, more than 33% of youngsters are reported as victims of online bullying. Moreover, it is seen that 1 in 5 has skipped school due to fear of cyberbullying and violence. According to NCRB, 50,030 cases of cyber crime were reported in India in the year 2020, among which 1614 cases of cyber stalking, 762 cases of cyber blackmailing, 84 cases of defamation, 267 cases of fake profiles, and 838 cases of fake news were investigated. The primary cause of cyberbullying is anonymity, in which a bully can easily target anyone over the internet by hiding their original identity. So, the psychological feature play an eminent role determining whether a person is a victim or a bully. Tandrikulu says that personality traits can be responsible for a person's cyberbullying behavior. The primary cause can be online disinhibition, the freedom they get in online to be different from the real life personality. Moral disengagement, convincing the self that ethical standards do not apply for oneself. Narcissism, which makes the individuals to consider social status and authority dominant over their human relation, and unexpressed aggression in real life. Parents are to know the behavioral changes and the internet usage in their child or teen. So, what are the signs that your child, teen, or student is being cyberbullied? Spending a lot of time on the computer, having trouble sleeping or having nightmares, feeling depressed or crying without any reason, mood swings, feeling unwell, and becoming antisocial and falling behind homework. The primary thing that adults can do in this case is to be more knowledgeable towards the current technology and the ways and means children are using them. Many parents and teachers who are not raised in a cyber world do not feel comfortable with the tools children are using. Though this concept has more depth to it, on a general note, by guiding children to use the internet, which promotes respect, responsibility, and understanding, we can lessen the impact of this new form of bullying. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would thank you all for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and it's my pleasure to introduce myself. I am Siranjeevi from grade 3, and I am very happy to be here as a superhero for one day. Yes, I am the superhero today. When we think of superhero, we tend to think of recent Hollywood film heroes like Superman, Black Panther, or Wonder Woman. Each of them has a unique power. However, each of us has an opportunity to become a superhero by possessing attributes of superheroes like desires, strength, and bravery to help others. If I become a superhero, I want the ability to fly over the world so that I can know the people are happy or not. I can make the people happy. I also want the super strength to save people. I can do anything and everything to people. My superhero is Iron Man. He wears steel suit, red with golden color. It will be very beautiful. He saved the world many times. He catch the thieves. I also be like him. Firstly, I would want a ability to read people's mind. This will help me to remove depression from people. I ensure that people do not keep their thoughts buried inside. Let them open and speak for their good. A true hero is not measured by the strength of his size. He is measured by the strength of his beautiful heart. Heroes are ordinary people who make themselves extraordinary. There is a superhero in all of us. We just need the courage to put the cap on it. I like Spider-Man. He saved the world many times. I like him. I will also be like him. I will also be like him. Captain America has his steel shield. He saved the world. He saved the world. He catch the thieves. I will also be like him. I will also be like every Avengers. I will save the world. Thank you for this wonderful day.
The train is a smaller world moving through a larger world. This is Indresh from grade 7, here to present a speech on Indian Railways. First, we can discuss some of the specified names used in Indian Railways. They are coaches, locomotives, wagons, classes and gauges. The area where the passenger travels is known as a coach. Coaches are available in different types in India. ICF Blue and LHB coaches are the common coaches used in India, and some luxury coaches such as Vistadome coach are available only in less trains, that too in less numbers. Next is the locomotive. The engine which pulls the full train is known as a locomotive. Locomotives are available in 4 types. They are steam locomotives, coal locomotives, electric locomotives and the diesel locomotives. Next is the wagon. Wagon is the container which is used to transport goods such as iron, steel, coal, etc. through railway is called a wagon. A set of wagon attached with each other and with a locomotive is known as a goods train. Classes. Classes are the facilities available in a coach. Classes can be of different types: general class, second seating, sleeper class, third AC, second AC, first AC, AC chair car and the executive chair car, which is the costliest and the luxurious coach in some trains. And the luxurious coach in most of the train is the first AC. Next is the gauge. According to railway, gauge is the distance between the 2 rails of a railway track. Gauges are available in 4 types in India. First is the narrow gauge, which is the smallest track, which is available in two distances, 610 mm and 762 mm. Next is the meter gauge, 1000 mm. Standard gauge, 1435 mm. Broad gauge, 1676 mm. Advantages of railways in India. Railways is the cheapest means of transport available. As you know, if you travel through road, the cost of petrol is nearly more than 100. Even the diesel touches the 100. So it's costly to travel in road. And flight, you know, it's very costly, but it's fast, but it's also very costly. And the waterways, it also costs more than railways. You can just compare a train ticket with a bus ticket. In the train ticket you choose second seating, and bus a normal government bus. You can see a difference from the train ticket to the bus ticket, as the train ticket would be cheaper and the bus ticket would cost some more than the train ticket. Then we cannot feel the tired while traveling train. As you know, trains travel smoother on the railway tracks. We cannot feel the tired, but buses, cars which runs on road, there are speed breakers, holes, and when the vehicle crosses it, we can feel a jerk in the car. But in train, it's not possible. And disadvantages of railways. First disadvantage is that railways cannot connect every part of the country. It's only available in some of the cities and in some of the towns. And trains are not available like buses. Trains are scheduled. If you left a train, it cannot come and pick up you. So only trains are available in scheduled time, not like buses. If, for example, you want to travel to Coimbatore, you can just go to the bus stand and wait for a government bus which goes to Coimbatore, and you can just get on the bus and we can go. But however, local trains are not scheduled. It's only available in some cities like Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, etc. And a disadvantage for the government is that it costs more to lay railway tracks than to enable roadways, and it costs more to build up a locomotive. And now private trains also are coming, and the tickets are somewhat higher than the trains which is run by the government. And however this much disadvantages are there for Indian Railways, still Indian Railways is used by a large number of Indian citizens. Now the question which rises here is that how did Indian Railways start? Well, I am here to explain it. The first railway track of India ran over a stretch of 34 kilometers from Mumbai to Thane in 1853. The idea of a railway to connect Bombay with Thane, with Kalyan and with Tal and Bodgads, England's first occurred to George Clark, the chief engineer of the Bombay government, when he visited to Bandup in 1843. And surprisingly, the first track was a broad gauge, not a narrow gauge, and 3 steam locomotives was used to pull it, and they were named as Sahib, Sultan and Singh. 20 years have passed from the origin of the Indian Railways. Next surprise is that the first meter gauge was invented in 3rd February 1873. But unfortunately, it was not used for passenger trains. It was used to transport salt from Farrukhnagar and Sultanpur to Delhi. And surprisingly, before diesel locomotives, electric locomotive was available in India. The first electric train ran with the inaugurations of services between Bombay VT and Kurla Harbour in 1925. And based on ex-GIP railway system or Great Indian Peninsula Railway System. The section was powered with 1500 volt DC, and railways are doing good in other fields, but a disadvantage is that people always cross railway tracks in railway platforms. So I would conclude my speech by saying that do not cross railway tracks in train stations. Thank you.
A warm and pleasant good evening and all present over here. I'm Amrita. Here I'm going to share my thoughts on online education. A good proverb said by Nelson Mandela is, education is the most powerful weapon which is to change the world. Education plays a very important role in everyone's life. It is a basic human right. It makes us independent, good carries, good lifestyle, good citizens in the society. COVID-19 is caused by coronavirus. It is first discovered in December 2019 in the city of China. It is a small but most harmful virus. The world is facing a pandemic of COVID. The impact of COVID is observed in every sector around the world. The education sector in India as well as the world are badly affected. The whole world education institution shifts from traditional classroom teaching method to online teaching. The whole world education institution shifts from traditional classroom method. According to UNESCO report, more than 1.30 billion students are affected from COVID. After March 2020, the schools and colleges have been shut down. Traditional classroom teaching switched to online teaching. In many countries, to compensate for the education losses. It is one of the major changes in global education industry after COVID hits the country. Online education is learned anytime and anywhere. Online education is a form of education that takes place over internet. It is also called as e-learning or online learning. The core of online education is the internet. Students attend online class with the help of computer or smartphone. It is the process of gaining keys and information to electronic devices such as computer, laptop, tabs, mobile phone, etc. by using internet connection. It is a new experience for both teachers and students because online classes has never been conducted in schools and colleges in India before. It helps students study by their choices. This form of learning has been made easier with new and improved technologies. Both teachers and students can benefit greatly from online education. Learning from anywhere is flexible with online education. You don't want to sit morning until lunch like a school. Depending on your preference, you can study online class day or night. There is no age limit for learning online. You can pick the subject and skills you want to learn by online education. There are numerous institutions that provide degrees and courses online. As a result, it's a more practical option to educate ourselves without visiting schools or university. Additionally, it helps to save the money on transportation and other expenses. Students who can no longer attend traditional classes can also learn anywhere by using internet. Because of the increasing demand of online education, numerous web browsers are offering their service at no cost. There are many advantages of online education. Online education is more important in case of natural calamity or emergency. Online education is free from boring lecture method. You will gain better self-motivation. Online education helps you share videos and pictures in the classes. Online education helps you complete the degrees more quickly. Online education has made the learning more interesting and fun for their children. In some countries, there is no inner schools and college. The choice of online education rests on college and university be ready use. Both teachers and students can benefit greatly from online education. It helps students study by their choices. Students can learn new by online education. It is very helpful to the environment by reducing the number of paper copies and books. Online classes are convenient. Students can share and record the content of their classes. It provides flexibility. So students can attend anytime and anywhere they want. It brings education at home. So parents may leave the studies over their children. Online classes can be efficient, productive, and also teaches self-discipline. It saves a time of learn and provide a broader range of information. Students can receive good education from both of university and teachers of online education. During the time of pandemic period, online classes are indeed a safe alternative to the school education. So no distraction in infrastructure is required. There are some disadvantages of online education. Online education is linked to a computer-based system. Nowadays, the internet packages are so costly, so everyone cannot benefit from online education. The students and teachers' interaction are very limited. In some places, the internet conditions are very poor. That's why some students cannot attend the online classes. Students have to soar into the long haul. It may cause us headache or vision problem. Classroom interaction is missing. According to the recent survey, online education is having a impact on children, mental and physical. At last, I would like to thank you.
Greetings all. This is Kaushik. Here, give a speech on the topic how are stars made. It's a dark, clear, moonless night. You look up into the sky and you see thousands of stars arranged in patterns or constellations. The light from these stars has traveled great distance to reach Earth. But how are they made? How do stars twinkle? A star is any massive, self-luminous, celestial body of gas that shines by radiation derived in its internal energy source. Only a small percentage of stars are visible to naked eye. Astronomers define stellar brightness and absolute brightness of stars in terms of magnitude. The brightness of star is visible in a standard distance of 32.6 light years or 10 parasecs. Well, stars are not made, they make themselves. Stars come into existence because of a powerful force of nature called gravity. Galaxies are where new stars are born. In galaxies, there are very large and fluffy clouds of gases and dust called nebula. The process of star formation takes around millions of years from the time the initiate gas cloud start to get collapsed until the star is made and it shines like the sun. Gravity makes clumps inside these fluffy clouds. When one of these clumps start to get tightly compact or squeezed together, we say it as density goes up. Density means how something is compact or squeezed together. These dense clumps of gases also get hotter and hotter in the center. When the gases in the center of clump reaches a certain temperature, it means millions of degrees. Something quite special starts happening inside. Hydrogen atoms comes together to form helium. When the temperature and pressure at the center of protostar become high enough, nuclear fusion reaction begins. And this process releases a lot of energy. It's opposite yet similar to the process that happens when a nuclear bomb goes off. And this is how stars begins its life. Just like us, stars are born, they live, and then they die. Curiously, the length of star's life depends on its birth weight. Light, low mass stars live very long lives. A sun, as you probably know, is actually a star. It's about 4.5 billion years old and it is in the middle of its life. In another 5 billion years, it will get much bigger and it will start to shrivel. Its nuclear power will switch off and it will just sit there cooling like a burnt charcoal piece in a barbecue. The process of star formation and evolution depends on the mass of the star. Low mass stars like a sun burn hydrogen for billions of years to become a white dwarf. High mass stars burn hydrogen only for 1 million years so to become a red dwarf. They may end their fuel very quickly and they may end their lives by a spectacular explosion which can produce higher elements such as gold, uranium. Stars that are many times heavier than a sun live much shorter life. The most massive star live only for 1 million years so. Their deaths are more spectacular than the quiet shriveling sun type star. They go out in a bang. Scientists call them supernovae. But how do stars twinkle? The light given by stars are very clear and steady. When they have to reach Earth, they wanted to cross many layers of air in the atmosphere. While crossing, they hit in a certain layer and they move back. This shows us like a star's twinkling. Have you ever heard saying, we all are made of stardust? It's actually true. Inside a star, helium atoms combine to form carbon, which is at the root of chemical that you and all the living things are made out of. I conclude my speech by saying, there's plenty. We still do not know the mysterious life of stars. Fortunately, we have large telescopes and space satellites to get better and better pictures. All we need is smart people like you to come and figure out the puzzle. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shanvita from grade 3A. Here I am to speak about power of reading. Reading is essential for those who seek to rise above the ordinary. Written by Jim Rohn. The whole world opened to me when I learned to read. Reading daily is one of the best habits you can follow for your lifetime. You can read philosophy, science, history, story, novels, newspaper, poem, many more. We can gain lot of information from reading. Children improve their skill through reading. A good book gives you a whole new experience. It is important to read a good book at least few minutes each day to stretch the brain muscles for its healthy functioning. Reading develops your imagination. I would like to give you all a small example. I will be describing a person. Please think of someone when I tell there is a well-built man with beautiful physique and dance extremely well. There is an image of a person in each individual's mind. The persons are different. The book let each and everyone have their own imagination. Biography of the great men and women tells us most of them become great because of inspiration they got from reading. October 15 is Reading Inspiration Day. It is birth anniversary of our late President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who strongly advocated reading. Do you know every successful people share their common habit that makes them successful? Almost every successful people read and they read a lot. Every great person spends 60% of their time in reading. Bill Gates, APJ Abdul Kalam, Mahatma Gandhi, Richard Branson, Obama are well-known personalities who emphasized reading. Read histories because history doesn't stay behind us. Reading history helps us to understand how events in the past made things. With the lesson from the past, we not only learn about ourselves and how we came to be, but also develop the ability to avoid mistakes and create a better path for our society. And we can know why humans were gone to the war. Without book, life is impossible. Friendship with good book makes you a good person. Reading a good book inform you and lead you in right direction. Reading improves your memory power and down your stress. It is much easier to learn vocabulary from a book than memorizing words in dictionary. Reading helps us to learn advanced words. Reading makes us better writing. When we read, our brain observes good writing techniques and vocabulary. In your own writing, you will unconsciously copy the writing style of the book that held your attention. Reading improves your spelling and speaking skill. Reading about something you enjoy or losing yourself in a good novel is an excellent way to relax. Technology keeps advancing every day. You can start read to technology as well. There are lot of e-books and audiobooks available at once on your device. Even hundreds of books available. There are lot of choice. Overall, reading is a healthy process, so read and read a lot. Reading improves our knowledge and makes us knowledgeable human being. There are many little ways to enlarge our world. Love of book is best of all. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present over here. This is B. Abhirami. Conserving our own nation means conserving our own culture, said by Mahatma Gandhi. Our India is rich in culture and legacy. Culture represents our own art, religious texts, cuisine, social habits, architecture, yoga, how we greet each other, and so on. We greet each other in the position of Namaste, which means the folded palms in front of one's chest, and we used to say Namaste. Namaste is not a single word. It means I bow the divine in you. I repeat, I bow the divine in you. This is the literal meaning of Namaste. This Namaste says our rich culture. In Indian family, we used to live in a joint family, which means a group of people who lives in a single home is called an joint family. We spend time together, we help each other, but in foreign, there is nothing like that. The culture is very worst. In the age of 15, the child comes out from the home and it will also work, and from that salary, it manages its education. This is how the other country is. If they wanted to meet their own parents also, they have to even get appointments. They can even marry their own sisters or brothers. But India is not like that. So we should feel very proud. In our Indian culture, the main thing is clothes. The clothes for women's is sari and the men's is kurta or dhoti. And the another main thing is food. India has a unique and wide range of food palette. Northerns used to eat roti, which is made up of wheat, flour and barley. And Tamil Nadu peoples used to eat rice with dal. And southern peoples used to eat fish curry, which is their popular food. In our country, India, every religion has space. For example, like Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, Jainism, Buddhism, and so on. We celebrate every religion's festivals like
Pongal, Diwali, Christmas, Bakrit, and so on. In our Indian culture, we used to follow Aditi Devo Bhava, which means every guest are equivalent to God. We treat every guest very rich. If we don't have food to eat also, we give our food to them. This is how our Indian culture is. But in foreign, there is nothing like this. And every culture is backbone for every nation, said by Mahatma Gandhi. Nowadays, we are not following our Indian culture. We are not wearing our cultural dress. We used to wear jeans, pants, t-shirts, these type of dress codes. We should not wear that. I accept my mistake too. I would also wear like that. But we should not wear that. Other country people itself following our Indian culture. Why can't we follow our own culture? Nowadays, we are not eating our cultural food also. We used to eat pizza, burger, shawarma, sandwich, these type of things. But we should not eat that. We should eat our cultural food. There are different varieties in rice like Thinai Arisi, Yanai Arisi, Kambarisi and so on. Which is comfortable for you, you can eat that because it's very healthy. Other country people itself eating our own cultural food. Why can't we eat? Come on, let's follow our culture. And if festival arrives here, other country people like US, Malaysia are following there. But now we are not following here. The festivals like Pongal, Diwali has a deep meanings. For example, let me say about Pongal. Pongal is celebrated for 4 days. The first day is Bogi. The second day is Pongal, which we thank the farmers because they give us food, clothes and so on. The third day is Matu Pongal, which we thank the cow and treat cow in the equivalent of God. And the fourth day is Suryan Pongal, which we thank the sun. And that day, we also used to visit our relatives' home and thank them. Because if we are in or if we need a help, they are important for us. So we thank them also. This is the basic thing about Pongal. But many of you don't know a basic thing about many festivals. We have to learn that. So if we don't know, how can we say that to the next generation? Then if the next generation know only, that can be conveyed to the next generation. If we itself don't know, how can we convey that? So we have to know the deeper meaning or a little basic meaning at least. So why we can convey this to the next generation. And let me say about Vedas. Vedas are 4. This has followed by kings and queens. This has been followed before 3,500 years before itself. This has 3 reasons. The first reason is for wealth, and the second reason is for health, health for peoples, and the third reason is for Indian culture should be followed all over the world. These are the 3 things the Vedas has been followed. Let me say about Vedas. Rig Veda, Sama, Yajur and Atharvana Vedas. These are the 4 types of Vedas. And next we are going to see about agriculture. In this word agriculture itself, we have culture. So agriculture is the backbone of every nation. We have to follow a culture and cherish the beautiful culture all over the world. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Freedom in the mind, faith in the words, pride in our soul. Let us salute the nation on this Independence Day. This is Riya Tanishka here to talk about Independence Day. Independence Day in India, it is a national holiday celebrated annually on August 15. Independence Day marks the end of British rules in 1947 and the establishment of the free and independent India nation. Independence Day is marked throughout India with flag raising ceremony, drills and the singing of the Indian national anthem. Additionally, various cultural programs are made available in state's capital. After the Prime Minister participated in the flag raising ceremony at the Red Fort, the historic moment in Old Delhi. A parade ensured with the members of armed forces and police. The Prime Minister then delivers a televised address to the country recounting the major accomplishment of India during previous year and outlining future challenges and goals. Independence Day is celebrated in the United States on July 4. Often the holiday is called 4th of July. It commemorates the passage of the Declaration of Independence from Great Britain on July 2, but did not actually complete the process of revising the Declaration of Independence. Originally drafted by Thomas Jefferson, consultation with fellow committee members John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, William Livingston, and Roger Sherman. Until 2 days later, the celebration was initially modeled on that of King's birthday, which had been marked annually by bell ringing, bonfires, solemn processions, and oratory. Such festival had a long played significant role in the Anglo-American political tradition. Before the Indian independence movement in the early 1900s, India had been under the influence of the foreign rulers for its entire history. It was ever in the control of its own political destiny, nor was it ever considered as legitimate country. India's first war of independence was also known as Sepoy Mutiny. Was the first time India united against the British Raj. This rebellion led to the dissolution of the East India Company and shifted the powers of the company to the British Crown in 1858. Now let me share the names of the freedom fighters and national leaders. Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Dr. Sarvapillai Radhakrishnan, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Sarojini Naidu, Subramania Bharadiyar, Dr. A.P.J. Abdul Kalam, Rabindranath Tagore, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Swami Vivekananda, Balagangadhar Tilak, and etc. Now let me explain about the national leaders and freedom fighters. Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was the leader of the Indian independence movement against British rule. Mahatma Gandhi was the greatest freedom fighter in India ever born. His policy on non-violence made him an instant and hit among the Indian masses. The policy on non-violence gave people a way to fight for freedom without being the subject to violence. His simple living and high thinking made him fondly called Babu. Through he went for experiments for several times, but he couldn't deter him for his freedom struggle. Gandhiji's last fast was to pressurize India for handing over a cash asset to Pakistan. Mahatma Gandhi has 4 sons, Harilal Gandhi, Manilal Gandhi, Ramdas Gandhi, and Devadas Gandhi. His birthday on 2nd October is observed worldwide as the International Day of Non-Violence. Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru was the first Prime Minister of independent India. He was born on November 14, 1889 in Allahabad. Along with Mahatma Gandhi, he was one of the most important leaders who lead people for fight for freedom. Nehru was very fond of children and loved them a lot. He was often called Chacha. His birthday is celebrated as Children's Day in India. Sarvapillai Radhakrishnan. Dr. Sarvapillai Radhakrishnan was the 2nd President of India from 1962 to 1967. He was born on September 5, 1888 in Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Radhakrishnan was a teacher. He wrote several books about India. Dr. Sarvapillai Radhakrishnan was an excellent teacher and popular with his students. Hence, every year his birthday is celebrated as Teachers' Day in India. Subramania Bharadiyar. Subramania Bharadiyar was a poet, freedom fighter, and social reformer. He was known as Mahakavi Bharadiyar, meaning a great poet. His songs in our country and freedom helped support the Indian independence movement in Tamil Nadu. After the independence, Jawaharlal Nehru took charge as Prime Minister of India on August 15, 1947. Vallabhbhai Patel Vallabhbhai Patel served as Deputy Prime Minister. At last, I would like to conclude my speech. The people of the India are thankful to those who fight for freedom, fight for independence of their country. They celebrate their Independence Day on August 15 every year, which is marked as Indian Independence Day. The day is truly special for every Indian. Carried with care, courted with pride, dipped in love, fly in glory, moments of freedom, in shade of joy. I am proud to be an Indian. Jai Hind, thank you.
When you stop questioning, you start dying. When you stop questioning, you start dying. Let me speak about a person. This person was one of the greatest persons who lived in the world we live in. So this person I'm talking about have affected the world we live in so much that without him, our world wouldn't be same. This person have affected our world both positively and also negatively. If we take negatively, without this person, there won't be invention of nuclear weapons or atomic weapons like Hiroshima, Nagasaki, which was one of the worst disasters which happened in our world. He didn't exactly create those nuclear weapons, but he created many theories, which was one of the greatest milestones to create these nuclear weapons. And if we take positively, without him, we won't have many ideas of quantum physics and quantum mechanics. Also many important theories like the theory of relativity, the super theory of relativity, and time dilation, and many more concepts. This person had created many algorithms even nowadays used in GPS technology, global positioning system, where we can track an object and the location of an object. So who is this person? How was his childhood? Was he a childhood prodigy? No. His childhood was really horrible, even though he managed to succeed in his life. The person I'm talking about is one of the greatest scientists and one of the greatest persons who lived in the world we live in. I'm talking about Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was one of the greatest persons who lived in the world. This person was not having a best childhood. He had a chronic disease known as autism. Autism is a disease when even grown-ups behave like young people because their brain won't be still developed properly. But even though he had a destiny to become a physicist and a mathematician, his father was an engineer and his mother was a pianist. And they were so poor, even it was hard for them to put food on the table. At that time, it was the time of World War II. At that time, Hitler was the leader of Germany. As Albert Einstein belonged to Germany, and he also belonged to a group called Nazis. Nazis is a religious group. And at that time, Hitler hated Nazis so much. When he came to throne, he dethroned all the Nazi leaders and created Nazi camps. Nazi camp, unlike normal camps, is a camp where people are tortured. Every day, Albert Einstein was tortured. And many other Nazi people was also tortured. There were no proper food, no proper water, no proper health care, no proper sanitation. Even though many committed suicide, this person stayed in a proper mind to survive and move out of the camp. And even though many managed to come out of the camp, they didn't have a great life. Many turned into alcoholics and drug addicts. But this person's destiny and determination and the love for physics and mathematics he had let him to succeed in his life. And he moved to the US and became a US citizen where he was completely free to experiment. He liked experimenting with the natural world. He conducts many experiments on his own. And let me share a few life stories of Albert Einstein, which he shared in his biography. The first story was with his mother. One day after school, Albert Einstein is coming back home. At that time, as already said, as Albert Einstein was having the chronic disease known as autism, he couldn't read until the age of 9. So when he was coming back home from the school, his teachers gave a letter and his teacher said, "Go give this to your mother." And Albert Einstein took that letter, ran home, gave that letter to his mother. And his mother asked Albert Einstein, "What is this letter? Who gave this letter to you?" Albert Einstein replied, Mother, my teachers gave this letter to you and said to me and said to give it to you. So his mother opened the letter, read it, and started crying. Albert Einstein was asking, Mom, why are you crying? But his mom didn't reply. His mom was crying. And after a few hours, his mom came to Albert Einstein and said, the teachers gave a letter that you're so intelligent to be in this grade or even study in the school. You're so intelligent, they don't even have the knowledge to teach you. So they said that to homeschool you hereafter. So Albert Einstein was shocked. He was failing many of his grades. And how my teachers said I was so intelligent and said me to be homeschooled. And as he don't know to read, he don't know what exactly was in this letter. So from that day, he was homeschooled by his mother. And after a few years, his determination led him to become a physicist. And one day he got news when he was working at Harvard University that his mother died. He went rushing back his home. He was crying. And after his mother's funeral, he came back to his old home in Ulm, Germany, and started going back through his old stuff. At that time, he particularly noticed a letter. Something struck through his mind. He found the letter which his teachers gave when he was young. So he opened that letter and read it. And he cried because in that letter it was given that your son is mentally ill. He's an unsound mind. We can't teach him in school. So please, we are expelling him. So please don't get him back to school. So in his Albert Einstein biography, Albert Einstein mentioned that without the motivation his mother gave, he won't be able to come to this position. This great person once said, learn from yesterday, live in today, hope for tomorrow, but never stop questioning. Thank you.
Hi. Do dinosaurs fascinate you? What do you think dinosaurs look like? How did they sound like? How big were they? Why did they go extinct? Did they play? Were they friendly? These questions interest you. That means you have the future in paleontology. Let me narrate a small story about a kid named Rahul. Once upon a time, there was a kid named Rahul and his mother. They lived next to a dinosaur museum. One day, when they went to the dinosaur museum, they saw Tyrannosaurus Rex, Spinosaurus, and Triceratops. When they were coming back, he thought to himself, where did the museum come? Are dinosaur bones fragile? How did they put them together? Who found those dinosaur bones? Where did they get them? When they got home, he asked all of his questions to his mother. His mother said that if you want to have answers for all of your questions, you have to study paleontology. The end. So I am here to explain you the life of a paleontologist. I am Muhilishwar from grade 4B. And yes, my topic is life of a paleontologist. Paleontology comes from the Greek word paleos, means ancient, ontos means creature, and logos means study. Paleontology is the study of ancient life. What do paleontologists do? Paleontologists are scientists who study fossils from the fossil record. Age of paleontology. Paleontology traces the evolutionary life on Earth back to 3,000 million years ago, approximately as far as 3,800 million years ago. Facts about paleontologists. Paleontologists have found fossils
all over the world, even Antarctica. Paleontologists fossilized poop is called compolite. 99% of all plants and animals are extinct, so that paleontologists do not run out of fossils and species to study. Paleontologist in 1677, Robert Plow was credited with discovering the first dinosaur born. George Cuvier was referred as the founding father of paleontology. Most paleontologists spend all their time in the field collecting fossils and studying them. Few work can be done anywhere, till remote mountain tops to local quarries. Where do paleontologists work? Paleontologists work at universities, museums. Some paleontologists work at federal, state government, or private industry. How to become a paleontologist? Paleontology combines geology and biology. And paleontologists need to board scientific training. Most people think that paleontologists spend all their time in far-off places collecting fossils and studying them. And bring them back to the museum to put them back on display. All the Indiana Jones stuff, but really that is only a small part of what they do. Paleontologists spend a few weeks a year on expeditions. The rest of the year they are in labs looking at what they found. Paleontologists spend all their time looking at what they found. Paleontologists spend all their time classifying specimens, looking at their characteristics and how they are related to each other. Paleontologists spend more time on the computer than in the lab, in the field. Are there any downsides on being a paleontologist? Well, every job has some hassles, expeditions, and research are great fun, but the manager wants to raise money for expeditions are expensive. Think about what's involved. They need money for airfare and vehicles to get to locations, equipment, food, solar rays for the bee, and the cost of flying the specimens home, and the cost of preparing the fossils in the lab. Even with these hassles, the job is still so exciting. I'd like to conclude my topic by saying, if we keep on polluting our beautiful earth, we'll go extinct like the dinosaurs a few million years back. So keep this in mind to keep the oceans blue, land green, air clean, and the noise down so that paleontologists can keep the research on finding how life was back a few million years back. Thank you.